And we're live, Pep Talk UK. I'm Joe Pugh. Today I'm joined by Tom for this huge watch along for Lara versus Warrington to repeat or revenge at Headingley Stadium in front of 20,000 fans. Tom, how are you? Thanks for joining us. And what a great night of boxing we've got ahead of us.
Well, thank you. Thank you again for having me. Obviously, I came on last week
Brilliant.
for the first time for the Jake Paul fight. And as we discussed, I'm more of a boxing purist. So tonight, as we just discussed before we came live, is exciting. But I'm well, and thank you for having me. And I'm excited for the fights tonight.
Yeah, definitely. It's gonna be really interesting fight card tonight. I was just talking off camera briefly about there's quite a lot of pick and fights tonight. Some interesting fights, definitely with the Mexicans, Strafford and Lara, what they're going to bring to the table. So let us know what you think in the comments all night. Get your predictions in. Lara versus Warrington. Can Warrington do it in front of his Leeds fans? 20,000 strong tonight. But what is your pick of the card tonight, Tom?
I think it has to be that fight, but I'm looking forward to the Maxi Hughes fight, as we just discussed as well, and the Conor Benn fight. I think these are going to be big fights that are going to tell us a lot about these particular fighters. But I think the main one for me is the Warrington Lara, just because even for neutrals, even for people who know boxing, it was still a shock. So, and that was a bad beating he took. So to see if he can get revenge, I think crowd could be a big thing. The fact that he's at home crowd, there's a couple of other Leeds fighters that have been on earlier, and I think that might prove a little bit decisive in terms of his mindset. You never know, but yeah, I think that one will be the most intriguing one. But big card tonight, as we said off camera a minute ago.
Yeah, definitely. Jack Bateson got the win earlier on, and probably most prolific fight was Hopey Price. He got a round 2 demolition job there. He looked really good, looked really strong. Hopefully keep him active. He was out not so long ago at fight camp, which is good to keep young fighters like Hopey Price. Obviously showed a lot of potential active. I think he was out on the 3rd fight camp show, so only I think maybe 3 weeks ago. But he's a great talent, Hopey. He's a fantastic talent.
He's promising, and as well the fact he went and fought on Anthony Joshua's undercard, I think on his 2nd or 3rd pro fight ever.
Yes, in Saudi.
Yeah, so to have the mindset, and we spoke about that a minute ago, a lot of fighters, no one does that. That's rare for a British fighter to go to Saudi on an undercard, and even millions would have watched that fight, let alone the millions that watched the Joshua fight. So to go on that card tells me that he's special, that he has the mentality for the sport. But he's a good fighter, though. I mean, he destroyed Zahid Hussein, and he did it the same with Claudio Grande as well. He caught him at the end of the 1st round. He knocked him down with like a short, straight right, it looked to me. And then, I mean, that was it. The 2nd round, got caught a few more times, then he was down, and it was a good stoppage in the end.
Definitely, and obviously trained by Dave Caldwell in that gym with the likes of Jordan Gill. But I hope he's one that I think they will move slowly because he's so young. But I just think activity is key. The first fight of the main card is Ebony Bridges versus Gagaloff. Obviously, Ebony Bridges creating a lot of attraction, as she always does. Obviously, Tom, I don't actually know your opinions, but what is your opinion on the whole Ebony Bridges train that everyone's jumping on at the minute?
I don't know. I mean, she lost to Shannon Courtney. I think she won a fair few fans from that, because that was a brutal fight. So I think from that, she picked up a legion of fans. I mean, of course, she comes into the weigh-in dressed a little bit different to the other fighters. That might attract some more attention as well. But in the ring, she's dogged for sure. But to me, I just feel like this almost feels just like a fight, and then in the process of maybe a rematch, or maybe a fight against Rachel Ball in that division. So we'll see about that. But yeah, I see what she brings in terms of her personality, etc., etc. And she won a lot of new fans in the last fight. So if she gets through tonight, then I guess the hype around her will continue to build. And then I'd like to see a rematch if it was me, or a fight against Rachel Ball next, to see what she's made of. If she gets through it. We don't just want to assume if she gets through it.
Yeah, I think that whole little round robin that everyone was talking about with Rachel Ball and Shannon Courtney. Obviously, I was really gutted because Rachel Ball, obviously, we wish her well. She's having the long-term effects of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
But that was a fantastic fight on the undercard of Conor Benn versus Vargas earlier on in the year, with Conor Benn on the card tonight also. But they're the fights that we want. And although there was a lot of debate whether that should have been for a world title, it was a fantastic fight and a great advertisement for women's boxing.
Yeah, 100%. I couldn't agree more. And I think tonight, because she's built this profile, whether it's through the weigh-in, regardless, it's like Fury when he used to be. Neutral boxers or neutral boxing fans started to get a little bit more involved because they were wondering what he would dress up as next, etc., etc. And it might be the same here, but also, like I said, it was brutal. People respect these people who put their lives on the line, and for a women's fight to be that brutal. Sometimes when we first started seeing women's boxing, it wasn't like that as much, and now I hope, as deserved, it is getting the respect it has. So I think women's boxing is in a great place. Obviously, Katie Taylor is taking it to an astronomical level. And it was great to see her in action tonight. And we were discussing what might happen, providing, I know we said it's a tune-up fight, but you can never look past, as we saw with Warrington and Lara. But we were discussing, the fight that she might have after, providing she wins. So the future's bright for women's boxing. There's a lot of good fighters coming in. Ellie Scottney as well, back home from South East London. She's a talent, but just starting out. But I'm sure she'll be in the picture soon in terms of names within a year or two, 100%.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously, we see the tournament that got announced yesterday, the Road to Undisputed tournament, which I think is absolutely fantastic. And just get up the tournament now, just so I make sure I get it right. But obviously, including Chantel Cameron, we got just get it up here. Chantel Cameron versus McGee, then Callie Reese versus Jessica Kamara, and obviously they're going to face off, the winners face off, and then that'll be for the undisputed title. So when you look at like the likes of the World Boxing Super Series, who are doing a female featherweight competition themselves, it's good to have more and more competitions which lead to undisputed champions, and Eddie Hearn's jumped on that, and we're going to see that on the undercard of Dillian Whyte against an opponent to be confirmed on the 30th of October at the O2.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I think, as you said, it was the Super Series is exciting. And when it first was announced in male boxing, I remember when Usyk won it and Eubank Jr. fought in it as well. And I remember, and it is exciting. It is like a round robin format. It's like taking a format from another sport and putting it into boxing that worked. So the fact that it's now being set up for the women is just a positive thing.
Definitely. And Chantel Cameron, she could come out from this an absolute star. It's you look at the likes of Katie Taylor, obviously Savannah Marshall, she's just Cyber Sky, which was big news over the past week, along with Clarissa Shields. So hopefully we finally get that super fight. Katie Taylor versus Serrano is the fight we really want. Obviously, we were speaking about Amanda Serrano. That is the one. And I don't know if you know, Tom, but McCaskill was staying at the Fighters Hotel this week in Leeds. Yeah, so she's actually in Leeds, so maybe that will be announced, the rematch there, because, I was in the, I was at the hotel for a while in Leeds this week, and I was just literally in the lift, and I looked up and she had a mask on. And I was like, is that Jessica McCaskill? And and it turns out, Jessica McCaskill is staying in the Fight Hotel. And so she's been about this week with her belts, with her Ring Magazine belt. I've seen her with. So it'd be fantastic to see if that fight, because that's another big fight that I'd really like to see, the rematch between Katie Taylor and Jessica McCaskill, because I don't think that the Serrano fight will happen at the minute, because Katie Taylor pretty much said that herself this week. So maybe if the McCaskill fight could be the next best thing for Katie Taylor right now.
Yeah, I'd have said so. She's running out of opponents a little bit. I know people talked about Shields a while back, and even, but to me, the weight gap and division is far too much to even consider. But the Serrano fight is the one that would even make you, like I said, your neutral boxing fans set up and pay attention to women's boxing. That would be a huge fight, and that I wouldn't be able to call right now. I'd have to see more of their fights, their past fights, strengths, weaknesses, and whatnot. That'd be a brilliant fight. Like we said off camera, you feel tonight with all respect, even to the opponent. And like I said, you never ever know with boxing, but you feel like it's a little bit of a tune-up. Not that experience in a boxing ring, but an experienced fighter, Jennifer Han, but not.
Yeah, and she's a full world champion. And the most important thing is she is a mandatory challenger, so she's kind of got to go through that. And obviously, Ebony Bridges versus Gangloff just about to start. And so we'll take you through that. But first of all, we'll go through some of the comments. Cam McCullough, good evening. Wen Hughes versus Straffon. That is next after Ebony Bridges, which is just about to start. Harry Ford says, get off feeling Lara will win again. Let us know your predictions for all the fights. Sweet Science Boxing says, Sky Sports return thoughts. We'll talk about that, I'm sure, tonight. We got Jay from the United Stand coming on, I believe, around 9 o'clock. And after the fight, we're going to stream the post-fight press conference and get some reactions to that. So stay along all night tonight. We've got a jam-packed Watchalong, and Ebony Bridges versus Gangloff just kicked off for me. Tom, is that about right for you?
Yeah, about right for me. I'll let you lead on it, Joe, and then if it seems like we're at the same point, I could just jump in with a comment or two for sure, but go for it for now. I'm on 147 right now. Yeah,
I'm just slightly ahead of you, I think, by a couple of seconds.
Yeah,
but it'll be interesting just to see the power of Ebony Bridges, because a lot's been spoken about her power, and they look like they're engaging in a fight early on. Gangloff, we know from when she fought, I think it was Ellie Scottney, wasn't it?
And she took it to points, I think.
Yeah, she's a tough boxer, and she's quite experienced now in the professional ring. I think she's had more fights than Ebony.
Yeah, I think so as well. It will be interesting to see. It's kicked off, as you said. It's fast-paced, intense, lot of right hooks. I remember Ebony Bridges favoured the uppercut in that Courtney fight and had a fair bit of success with it. So it'll be interesting to see if she fights on the inside and has a go at that, or sticks with what she's doing now and continues on the outside. Might be more sensible to start off in the first round.
Definitely. So she's trying to get a jab, but we see a lovely kind of right hand to the body, which I've seen her do quite a bit now against the likes of Beck Conley, and she tried to do it against Shannon Courtney, but her defense is a bit leaky. She's susceptible to Gangaloff's jab in the first round. She's using her jab quite well, Gangaloff.
Yeah, I agree. Her defense does look a little better. When she's going in on the front foot to throw her right, she's a bit open. She's getting caught a couple of times, not with shots that look massive, for example, but, as you said, her defense is a bit leakier than perhaps she would have wanted to be first round. But I think she's just going, as you said, wants to entertain, wants that train of momentum to continue on. So maybe she's looking for a knockout. I know boxers are under a lot of pressure on cards like this.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the end of the first round. Obviously, 2-minute rounds. What's your opinions on that, Jay? Should the rounds be 2 minutes for females? Tom, sorry, I just called you Jay. I'm used to my partner. Sorry, Tom.
I was just thinking about it. Well, my background is more like tennis and football, and I share the argument that a lot of things should kind of be the same. So, to an extent, with certain things. So, yeah, to me, it should be 3 minutes. To me, I don't see an issue.
Cool. And what about the 10 to 12 rounds? Do you think that is that should be changed and we should be completely equal, or because I am kind of, I want it to be equal, but at the same time I really like the action-packed 2 minutes, because it's kind of just like 2 minutes of full throttle action.
You're right. I mean, I agree with you. I think that the question that you first posed about, do you think it could or should be 3? I think, yeah, it could or should, but I actually agree that it should stick with 2. Maybe a greater amount of rounds, because women's boxing is boxing. There's no point even putting the word women's in front of it. It's boxing. So yeah, the professionalism that goes into it, as you would have seen at the hotel this week, as you'd have seen in all your time that you spent in around fighters, you'll know. So I think it could go more rounds, but I agree with 2 minutes, because there's less time to work out your opponent. Sometimes you just have to go for it a little bit more, like now.
Yeah, as well, Gangloff's had a really good start. Bridges hasn't been back home since her last fight against Beck Conley. She's been travelling around the gyms and end up staying in Wales and training with Enzo Macronelli, who's also been in the fight hotel this week. But obviously her cornerman still it isn't Enzo tonight, but she's been. He is part of the Bridges team, which I think is quite interesting. Obviously, such an experienced former world champion in Enzo, but Gangaloff having really good success here, kind of countering with combinations of Ebony Bridges' jab, and she's finding a lot of holes in Ebony's defense, being caught with over the top right hands and that nice little right straight through the middle as well as the jab.
Yeah, she's so open every time she goes in for a right. She is.
But Bridges coming forward now.
Oh, that's a big hit.
But Bridges, you can see she's got power because she's pushing Gangaloff back. But look, big over the top, 2 right hands landing flush from Bridges there. So this will be interesting to see her power, because at the minute it is back and forth action. And we know Bridges is tough. We know both of them is tough, but it'll be interesting to see the power that Bridges has spoke about for so long now.
Yeah, threw in the uppercut there. I know I'm a couple seconds behind you, but I mean, it's wild for sure. I'd like to see a bit more, jab, jab, jab. Stick behind. As you said, for if you want to raise the profile of the sport, men or women, sometimes you need fights like this and a bit of action. I mean, at first,
and that's what we said about 2 minutes rounds as well. You might not get this with 2 minute rounds.
That's it. You're right, and that is an advantage. I think at first, prediction wise, and we didn't speak about it, but I thought maybe Bridges, I at least favoured Bridges on points. But I thought it might have been a bit more measured than this. And I mean, how it's going at the moment, I know it's just 8 rounds, but if it continues like this and one of them gets a big hit or two, it might not look like it lasts the 8. We don't know how Bridges' eye is. I mean, it swelled. It was horrendous in the Courtney fight. For her to continue shows something about her as well. So
that's what I was saying. She's so tough.
Yeah.
And we're just coming out for the 3rd round now, and she's very light on her feet, Gangaloff, very fast, quite a tricky customer, and kind of your traditional upright style from Bridges, but you kind of feel that she gets caught quite a bit, and her right hand isn't as strong defensively as it should be.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that she's been back to the ropes and sort of used them to bounce off, and that doesn't bode well for me. But I mean, it's like I said, it's wild. Like they're both getting clean hits in. Defense doesn't seem to be as much of a priority.
No, certainly not. Just every time she comes into that jab, Bridges kind of dips forward, and that's what makes her open. She kept her straight and then kind of moved a bit more head movement, as she is moving her head, but it's kind of token head movement, not very effective. And when every time she comes forward, she's slightly predictable in the way she does it. But she's got a kickboxing background where you do, where you can lean forward more. But if she gets in and out, kind of like Savannah Marshall, she does it so well, gets in and out of range. That's what Bridges needs to do, because she has got power and she's got speed with that right hand. But the way she's throwing at the minute, she'll gas it easy. And as we've discussed, defensively, it isn't great.
Yeah, she needs to be careful as well. Both of them do, but I think Bridges in particular. In that you don't want a lot of fights like this in your career. Like that's like Warrington needs to be careful tonight. I mean, that last one was brutal. This, I mean, there's clean hits all over the place. So yeah, it does look like it needs to be a bit more measured. As you said, she's going in. I mean, you could get caught on the counter. So there's a lot of potential for just one hit to just end this. But it could like this. It doesn't look like either of them have been hurt in a major scale just yet, so it could just continue like this and then just go on points. It's difficult to call this round wise. I know we haven't discussed the end of rounds because it's just hard to decipher. I mean, they're both landing clean shots. I don't know how you have it at the moment.
I think I've probably got it maybe 2-1 Bridges.
I was thinking
if you had to push, I think probably the first round I would have given to Gangaloff, and then the second round I would have given to Bridges. The third round was very close, but yeah, maybe edge it to Bridges.
Yeah, that eye looks like it's swelling a little bit again. It's probably a bit more.
Yeah, she marks up easily, doesn't she?
Yeah. And judges will catch that. If these fights are tight, you might have the judges looking at this at 2-1 to Guffron, for example, or Gungloff even. So
yes.
You just never know. Like, judges like different things, don't they? Some like output, some like the bruising that's shown, some like body shots. So you never know how the judges will read something like this.
Definitely. And yeah, I was just kind of interested in just like what Bridges' corner would be saying right now to her, because she's showing how effective she is, but I think it's key that in remembering that she's still learning. She's still a learning fighter, so we can't really give her too much criticism. But when obviously she performed like really valiantly against Shannon Courtney, and I think that maybe raised expectations from her. But her defense weren't great against Courtney, obviously leading to that huge swollen eye. So yeah, it's important to be measured with her, but because her profile's so high, the expectations will go hand in hand with that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, she's 34 as well, so I know a lot of boxers in their prime that we've seen in recent years and world champions are 30 plus, so that might not mean much. But in terms of winning world titles and defending, she might not have that long left. Same as a male boxer in that respect. So
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if I feel like if she fought like this against Courtney again, or even Rachel Bull, or even Eddie Scott in a few fights' time, this is not a formula to beat those guys. As you said, use the jab a bit more and maybe fight.
Especially someone someone so rangy like Rachel Bull, I think she'd have a hard night. But
and like you said, Savannah Marshall just in out.
Exactly, that's very much like Rachel Bull. But Shannon Courtney, the one thing that stands in Bridges' favour is that Shannon Courtney loves to get involved in a fight.
Yeah,
she's very emotionally involved.
Yeah.
So she loves a brawl, and that's when she boxed against Bridges. That's when she had the most success. But when she wanted to get roughed up, and Bridges done a great job of getting her in there, roughing her up, because there was that spite. That's when Bridges had more success. But Gangaloff is doing really well when they're up close and personal in just sticking that left hand across the chin of Bridges, and that we're ending the fourth round. And I think that was quite a good round from Gangaloff there. I don't know what you think, Tom.
I agree. Again, I found it hard to score because I think with a lot of fights, you see it like Savannah Marshall will be a lot easier to score because you see in out if she got the hit, if she didn't. And it was like the Courtney fight as well. I mean, I found that a little easier to score because I thought Courtney was getting the clean hits. But here it's so frantic that I score 1 point to one and then the next one, and it's hard to keep up.
Definitely.
So, and, just in that respect, we'll call it even, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, we got some comments. Sweet Science Gangaloff picking her shots. We've got IQ Boxing Captain B, Pep Talk UK. Good evening, Tits McGee. Joe, what have you got in the main? We'll get to that obviously throughout the night, but let us know what you think. Preach Teddy, Bridges gets marked up easily, especially under the eye. Yep, we spoke about that eye. It's going to be. It's going, as you said, she's 34. It will be tough for her. So, but Eddie is moving her quick. Eddie's moving her incredibly quickly because she's bringing a lot of eyes to the sport. Certainly to women's boxing, because at the end of the day, she's found a niche, whether you enjoy that or not. But certainly a lot of men do. Of speaking to her this week, she loves it though. She finds it in such good humour. So it's at least it's not just. At least she's comfortable with the situation that she's put herself in, and it's great marketing as long as she feels comfortable with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think at 34, like, of course, I was looking at the weigh-in the other day in the YouTube comments, and it's like sort of typical comments that you might expect.
Oh, yeah.
At 34, as you said, if she's comfortable with it, 34, she's a fighter. She's putting her life on the line, sacrificing her time. At 34, if she wants to make as much as she can, for her and those around. I don't know about her background in terms of, partner, kids or whatever, but it's a smart move, as you said. It's like when Fury used to dress up as Batman and things like that. Like people who might not be that interested in boxing looks. It's entertainment. This sport it's serious and it's dangerous, but the walk-ons, etc., it's an entertaining sport, and she's the epitome of that at the moment in women's boxing. So I think all power to her, and it will work in her favor if she keeps winning. She'll get bigger paydays, bigger stages.
Definitely, but Gangloff coming forward really well here. She's planted in the uppercut, and I can't remember who said it, but I think it was Sweet Science. Yeah, Gangloff picking her shots, and she's picking them really well. Bridges is going to the body quite a lot now, but when she comes to the body, Gangloff comes in with those right hooks to the temple of Bridges. I think Bridges kind of needs to get behind her jab like she kind of did in the second round, which I think was probably her best round. But she catches her very nicely with a right hand, then get out of the way, which she needs to do more, because that shows that she can do it. But we will see. I think Bridges is in quite a bit of trouble now. The rounds are very close. It's very subjective, and we don't know. She may not get the decision tonight.
Yeah, the eye is a big thing. Obviously, it's not swelling up to the extent it did. It might within the next round or two, but again, that'll be something the judges look at is damage if they're finding it as difficult as I am to score this.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's a difficult one to score, obviously. When we're talking about it as well.
Like she's like, like we're in the comments, she's picking her shots and moving like that. Like, I know I'm a couple of seconds behind you.
Yeah,
she's doing what we were discussing earlier, like hit move, whereas Ebony's is brawling.
Yeah. But she is the blonde bomber. She wants that, but there she gets caught at the start of the sixth round with a beautiful 1-2 from Gangloff, and Gangloff coming on quite strong at the start of this sixth round, because I think she senses that Bridges is gassing a bit. Fantastic right hand from Gangloff, and now she's moving around the ring. She's doing really well, catching her with combinations, and she's kind of stunning Bridges here. I think she senses that Bridges is tired. Bridges getting more and more rugged. She comes forward with an over-the-top right hand, but now it's Gangloff moving around the ring. Kind of the way she's moving is a bit like an MMA fighter, Tom. She's like just circling and circling.
She's using the ring well.
Ebony Bridges, She is, and she's light on her feet. She comes in, that's a really sharp, straight left jab from Gangloff, and you get the feeling that she's just going for the big bombs now, Bridges, because she hasn't really got too much left in the tank and gets caught with a beautiful uppercut.
Yeah, this is Gangloff's fight to lose now. I would have said if it continues like this next 3 rounds. You never know with boxing judging, but right now she's on top. Momentum's with her. Like you said, Bridges is maybe a few big hits away from maybe, I don't know, maybe not going down, but from maybe momentum really just coming from her.
Yeah, look, and we see that this is a big change, because at the start, Bridges was using her strength, and now Gangloff is kind of manhandling Bridges. Bridges come forward with a nice uppercut, but Gangloff out the way pretty sharpish, comes in with a nice body shot, then comes under the left hand of Ebony Bridges and plants an uppercut on her chin. It's smart boxing from Gangloff, who, as we discussed, is a really decent fighter, and obviously she's been chucked in quite a few times at short notice. Could be given a bit of notice for this one, and this is a fight that she'll really win.
Yeah, sorry, you cut out there for a second, mate. Yeah, I mean those eyes as well. I think it's the other one that's a bit more marked up than the other fight, but yeah, Gangloff is just boxing how we said first, second round. Just hit and move, pick your shot. So to me, it's when I think maybe you thought her corner would have said, look, if it's a brawler fight, and in terms of the profile that Emmy brings to women's boxing, she's going to get the decision. So this is smart to see. This is good to see. I now have her maybe 3 rounds each, maybe 4-2 to Gangloff, but
Yeah, Prince Teddy's got it 4-2 Gangaloff.
Yeah.
It's a tight one. As I haven't been judging it through the rounds. We'll do that from the next fight definitely, because that's going to be a really interesting one. The Straffon versus Maxi Hughes fight. Yeah, really looking forward to that one. But do it again. Start of the 7th round. This time, Bridge. She's covering up that eye quite nicely now. She needs to defend more, but now she's acceptable for the right hand coming across the other side, which is different. She's coming in from a different angle, Gangaloff. But I think it's just because she's still got her senses about her. She's got more senses about her than Bridges has, because Bridges kind of threw it all into that first 3 rounds, like trying to get that brawl. But she's still dangerous. She lands a great left hand there, Bridges, a looping jab. And that's kind of what she needs to do, but she's very sluggish, her right hand.
Yeah, just as like she reminds me of how Chisora fights. Just gets smashed, but then just keeps coming, like that sort of crouched pose, like
yeah.
That's what this was reminding me of at the moment, and she is just getting picked off. I know she hit that left a minute ago, but then she got hit with a combination uppercut, and that's better. I know I'm a couple seconds behind, but jab, wait, good combination. Yeah. That's better.
And we just see there on the way in, Gangaloff has just caught her again with a nice left hand. So she just seems quite fresh to me there, and she gets hit with a beautiful straight left hand once again, and that looks like she kind of got wobbles slightly. It really rattled her, that one.
That left that you were speaking about. But the thing is, she's just getting beaten to the punch. She's getting beaten to the punch too often. And
it's getting to the point now she's kind of walking onto them as well.
Exactly. That's what's happening, and that's why fights like this are dangerous for a fighter to go through. She had one before, to have this now, and if the decision doesn't go with her, she don't want more fights like this. But
definitely not.
That's her style.
And there's a little period there where Bridges just pips that jab out, like about 4 or 5 jabs, and that's where she has most success. But it's just she isn't sustaining that for long enough. And we've got pretty steady. Said Bridges 2-1 dimensional. Kling Keith the Great she seems slower on the front foot. I think that's to do with just her gas tank, and I think it's running out quick. Pretty steady. Gangaloff still fresh as hell. She can and should go up a gear. That'll be interesting, because she kind of did go up a gear from rounds 5 to 6. So let's see whether heading into the last round, whether she goes up a final gear to kind of just make sure that she gets these rounds, because at the minute they're close rounds. I think Gangaloff been taking more comfortable these last few rounds. So we need a big round from Bridges here.
I mean, she's so open. Like, she's just getting caught time and time again. Bridges, I'm talking about here. But, like, you never know, the judges can see it. The first half of the fight was probably Ebony's.
Yeah. Although it was close, I think Ebony was just about winning the round with probably her work rate. But since kind of round 4, Gangaloff's been taking those close rounds and kind of running away with them. But look, it kind of looks like the Bridges got a bit of a second wind here in the last round, probably running off momentum. But let's not forget, these are only 2 rounds. These are 16-minute fights, and you kind of expect, if she's going to put a pace together, that's all in the game plan. You need to sustain the pace that you're going to choose, or if not, even go up a gear in the later rounds.
Yeah, no fighter starts at 100 miles an hour in round 1, 2, and then is still going 100 miles an hour in round 6 or 7.
Definitely, that's just about pacing your fight. You got to pace your fight, and I kind of think that tactically, maybe she got slightly a bit wrong here, Bridges. This one,
I agree. She maybe thought she'd get her out of there. I mean, Gangaloff went to points with Scotty. I think it was a 6-rounder, but that's no joke. Like, I know Scotty's only three pro fights in, I think. But she is a talent.
Yeah, but she's a really good with amateur pedigree. So, but this last round's turned into be a bit of a slugfest war. Really, they're just both coming in win with big shots. But the use of the right hand from Gangaloff really doing nicely there. Ebony Bridges biting down on her gum shield, about 35 seconds to go. Gangaloff coming in with an uppercut, just hits the gloves of Bridges, but now a beautiful left uppercut lands straight on the chin of Bridges. 1-2 from Gangaloff, kind of pushing Bridges back now. Beautiful uppercut. You kind of get the feeling that Bridges doesn't know how to respond to these big punches. She's leaning in. She's so open for these shots, especially the uppercut now. She's found a way straight under that guard because that guard is just not strong enough. Uppercuts again. Big right hand coming from Bridges to the temple, and that's the end of the fight. Gonna be close. We'll see who wins it.
I think somehow I've gone 20 seconds ahead of you now, Joe. I don't know how that's happened.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I'll leave you to it in that respect. But yeah, I don't know how that's happened. Maybe
here we go. I think I was just slightly blind. I just pressed the live button just to make
no
and I think I've refreshed it. But look, I wasn't really strictly scoring it, but for me, it looked like Gangaloff edged it.
I think in terms of watching that, the boxing, the skills, the combinations, the footwork, the movement, the damage done. And I know that's not always an indication damage, but it's enough of one for me. To me, she should be winning that. The judge.
Yeah, Gangaloff looks like the winner, judging by the faces. You know what I mean? Like she looks pleased with her performance. She looks happy. Eddie Earn just gives Ebony a wink there. I just see that. Just say you're right. Ebony waiting for the decision. She doesn't look like that confidence, that brash air about her. She's smiling, just gives David Diamante a fist pump there. We'll see. We will see. And I'm just going to turn it up just to get the official decision.
No problem.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 rounds of boxing here in Leeds, we go to referee Steve Gray's scorecard. It reads 77-76.
77-76. 77-76 for Ebony Bridges. Ebony Bridges just about takes it, extremely close. Could be controversial, that one. Just want to see what the commentary team they've got. Yeah, gave Gangaloff 3 rounds out of the 8.
That's harsh.
Was enough for me. You know,
you can see the decision, but to give just 3 rounds.
From Gangaloff there to get the nod.
Yeah, Darren Barker said Gangaloff done enough there. Darren Barker believes that
8 at least was. I could see a draw.
Yeah,
but obviously,
I think probably I'll give it 5-3 to Gangaloff. There's the other way.
Yeah, maybe the judge have gone on output. I mean, a few of those shots in the first 2-3 rounds, back Gangaloff onto the ropes. A fair amount of time she was back on the ropes, back off. Obviously, they've seen that. But in terms of the boxing skill and not just slugging, I favoured Gangaloff for that fight. I thought she did enough to turn around. But maybe the start cost her. Maybe the first. I don't know how people see it in the comments. If people thought Bridges, if the last round swung it, because that was more of a brawl instead of more calculated from Gangaloff. I don't know what people are thinking. But yeah, a draw at best for me. Oh, we've lost Joe. I'm sure we'll have him back in a second. Have a look at the comments. Robbery, MP London.
So I've just accidentally left the studio there. That was unintentional, but yeah, I'm just going to say that once again, Steve Gray, who obviously the ref and who done that scorecard, comes under a bit of fire, and he's been under quite a bit of fire recently, hasn't he, Tom?
Yeah, he has. Yeah, I think. Yeah, it's boxing. It's boxing, isn't it? It's judging is always indecisive. I know a lot of comments. Yeah, it's not people talking about Matchroom. People talking about even Bridges. No, she lost. Prince Teddy said talking about she's the Matchroom fighter, robbery. So I think they're more in agreement with us. Eddie winked. Yeah.
Yeah, Eddie gets the wink. That's going to be picked up on as well. Well, obviously, I picked up on it on the stream. Obviously, I weren't saying that. Jimmy, home fighter decision. Prince Teddy, even Bridges knows she lost. MH Matchroom Mafia fixing fights again. Gangaloff robbed. Eddie back at it again. Leighton Evelyn, good evening, Leighton. No way she won. Yeah, look, King Keith the Great says, "Wow, that kind of says it all." It's going to be it's I don't know. It's one of them ones, just like the
Apologies, mate.
That's all right, mate. That's okay. Hang on, let's have a look. Courtney Kettle, decisions like this will do Bridges no favours in the long run. 100%.
True, I agree with that.
Yeah, definitely. We got Jimmy, home fight decision. Bridges as fake as her chest. That's a good one. We got Sweet Science Boxing. If she wanted it fair, it would be. If they wanted it fair, it would be a draw. I probably don't have any. I wouldn't be annoyed if they'd done it as a draw. I must be honest. I think that could have been a decision. John Smith says draw at least. Jack Napier, hello there, gents. Good evening,
Hi,
Jack. But next fight we've got. Is it Ben Granados? I thought it was Maxi Hughes versus Straffon.
I thought it was Hughes and Straffon, but is it not?
I think it will be Hughes versus Straffon. Yeah, Hughes versus Straffon next. And how do you see that one, Tom? Just while you say that, I'm just going to quickly unplug my TV and just see if I can reconnect it. 1 second.
No problem. For me, and I don't know what people in the comments think, I think this is a dangerous fight for Maxi Hughes. I know with Straffon, Joe and I were talking off camera. We don't know too much about him. I know he's had a fair few fights, and we saw with the Jack Tennyson knockout, but that was brutal. I mean, it was like the Lara Warrington fight. That's what that reminded me of. And he sensed his power from the off, got caught a couple of times, and that was that. Obviously, both of these fighters have lost a couple of times, but Maxi Hughes to Sam Bowen, I think, and maybe one or two others that you could maybe argue at British level, maybe European at a push. This is a tough fight. I think Straffon will KO him. I know you might think a bit different, but just from what I've seen of him, which is limited, I'm not just going off the Tennyson fight. There's a couple of other bits of footage that I found. And obviously it might be different because it's, it isn't the home crowd and it's a little bit different. And, Maxi Hughes is a good fighter, but I think it's a dangerous fight. I think, you were discussing about how hard these Mexicans hit and is the danger of these unknown Mexican fighters sometimes. Lara is a prime example. So I'm looking forward to this fight. I think it'll be a KO regardless.
Really?
I favour Straffon just about, yeah.
I think it'll either be Straffon KO or Hughes on points. Obviously, for the IBO lightweight title, I think we can see referee Marcus McDonald there. What a story, Maxi Hughes. Obviously, he was going to quit and then retire from the sport, and then he got John O'Carroll at late notice, beat him. Mm-hmm. Then he, I think it was the really tough, I think it was the Kazakh or Uzbek, that kind of region, and then beat him, and then won the British title. What a story. They called it it is a Cinderella story. It's
yeah, that's
Cinderella
what the
man
was. I remember that.
Yeah, so look, he made a joke about it in the press conference. He says, yeah, he is the real Cinderella man because before he left the house, his wife told him he's got to clean it before he left the house to go to the press conference. He's a really nice guy, Maxi Hughes. Just a good guy, boxing from Leeds, trained by Sean O'Hagan, Josh Warrington's dad, who we will be seeing tonight, obviously, in the corner of Josh Warrington. Something I find really interesting that I don't think anyone's actually picked up on is that the undercard of Warrington versus Lara 1, we had Reece Mould versus Lee Wood on the undercard, where Reece Mould badly got knocked out, and I think that would have had an effect on the dressing room. Obviously, it would have had a downer on Josh Warrington's dressing room because obviously that was only 2 fights before the main event, I think. So if Maxi Hughes gets knocked out in the same fashion, which he could do because we know the power of Giovanni Straffon, then could that have the same effect as it did have on their first fight?
Yeah, it could do. I think that's a good point. You always hear that. You always hear like stablemates, and you see them in the same dressing room before fight someone on the undercard, and then fighters that are linked to them are watching the fight, and they always say we never like to see that, of course, and that was a tough one to take. So for a fighter, home crowd, etc., that would have an impact on me if I had a friend, he was fighting and got knocked out, and I was in the main event in front of a home crowd like Maxi has here, after having been beaten up in the first fight. That it would add to the pressure. Put it that way.
Definitely, they're just about to kick off this fight. 12-round contest for the IBO lightweight world title. Yeah, it is lightweight, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
And we look here. We got. It's already different to the James Tennyson fight, isn't it? Because that was just guns ho from the off. But Strafford's a lot bigger. Hugh says in the week that he was gonna put his running shoes on and just run rings around him and outbox him the whole fight, and he just sticks that jab out. But both fighters landing a jab early on. It's for me, it's a race to see who can find their range, because they need to find the rhythm, and that will be big.
Yeah, I mean, one of Strafford's first jabs just sent Hughes back into the ropes. I mean, not that he's hurt. He's not hurt, clearly. I'm not saying that, but the power.
Yeah, just a forceful jab.
Yeah, it's like you said. I'm sure Strafford's a little bit more apprehensive or cautious. You can't just go swinging in against any boxer at any level. Like you said, Maxi Hughes has obviously, again, spoken about this mindset thing before, but obviously to come back from where he was and to win British title is phenomenal. Like, just the mentality of someone to do something like that when people doubt you and criticize you is amazing. So I'm sure Strafford will have that in mind, that Hughes is a good fighter.
Definitely, and obviously the will of Maxi Hughes, but Strafford, to me, just like someone who he's obviously seasoned. He's been through he's been through those losses. He knows how to take a loss. Both do. But look how tough he is, and throws every punch with intent. Strafford, and he really sits down his punches. But there, Maxi Hughes throws a great jab, and that's in and out work. That's what he needs to be doing. Kind of like Sonny Edwards did when he fought Michelani for the world title, for the IBF world title. When he come through that, because that's the kind of game plan that I think Maxi Hughes needs to use against Strafford tonight. Just that jab, move. Get out of the way of the power puncher in Strafford. Great over the top.
That was a big
left hand from Maxi Hughes there. And at the minute, I don't know about you, Tom, but I think Maxi Hughes is winning this round.
Yeah, I'd go with that. His footwork seems to be a little bit better. He's landed the more eye-catching. That left in particular is probably the punch of the round than what people in the comments think about it so far. It's even, but I'd shade it to Hughes at the moment. I think you're right in terms of it's more like the Joshua Ruiz in terms of tactics. I think if it's trading like this right now and a lot of sort of getting roughed up, you'd favour Strafford a little bit more. But if he can stick on the insides and move, that would appear to be the game plan.
Definitely. Just looking here, that's the end of the first round, and yeah, you still agree, Tom, that it's probably a Hughes round, that one?
Yeah, I'll go with Hughes. I think both were busy, but to me that left in particular caught my eye, and if there's one thing that had to separate them, it would be Hughes' use of the ring, and that left overhand would shade that round for me. Just
definitely. And I'm just going to get my my app up here, just the scorecard app, just makes it easier for me. And
it's a good shout. I like that. I'll start writing down.
Yeah.
I'm a bit more old school. I don't have all the apps just yet. I'm a bit older than you, Josie. I'll have to get with it.
Yeah, that's it. No, I've only just discovered it, and it isn't because the technology. It's only just because I just it's just laziness, because I don't want to add him up after the. I don't want to test my maths on it. So at least this just does it for me. So yeah, just complete and utter laziness.
Fair. See, I used to be a school teacher, so
I work in
school now, so I have to keep up with it. So this will be a good test for me. Vicious start.
Yeah, look, Strafford coming forward a lot more in this round. He's more eager to engage in a fight from the off in this second round. But Maxi Hughes sticks out two really nice jabs, and when he's on the run, look there, I love that. Straffon coming forward with a right hand of his own, moves to the way, slightly moves round to the left, but he knows he's in the corner, so he's got a great judge of distance, then plants that jab of his own. That point scoring shots, which in turn will only go towards Hughes' success at the end of each round. Coming under one of Straffon's shots now, then planting a body shot. Good work from Maxi Hughes here in the second round of this 12-round contest for the IBO lightweight title. Let us know what you think in the comments, because what a story it will be. This is film stuff if Maxi Hughes gets through this tonight. And I heard, Tom, I think Eddie Hearn said it, that Straffon, I think, was an alcoholic and drug addict by the age of 8 years old or something like that.
8.
So I think he's come through. That may have just been what Eddie Hearn was saying, but I'm pretty sure I heard that this week as well.
I mean,
a lot of narratives this week.
You must have had a tough life to be a drug and alcoholic by the age of 8.
Yeah.
I mean, it's these Mexican. It's you know. Is Mexican fighters. I know, going back to sort of tennis and football I was talking about, it seems like in other countries, tennis in particular, the tougher fighters are from outside of Britain, but it's not really the case here. To me, the toughest fighters are British, but the Mexicans are also on another level. So if you've got through that as a child, you'll be scared or fearful of nothing. And if Maxi Hughes has come through what he's come through, he probably has the same mindset, which is why I think this will turn out to be a great fight.
Yeah, definitely. I think that Straffon coming forward, obviously, he's just going to try and rough out, because that is the game plan. I think he's made no, he hasn't.
Bones about that, yeah.
Yeah. Look, he comes swinging with the right hand, but if one of them lands, and then in turn that Hughes gets in trouble, that's when Straffon will find success. But there, goes under one of his shots, plants a body shot, then comes in with a 1-2. He's doing really well with that at the minute, Maxi Hughes, and he's found a formula that is frustrating Straffon as well as catching the judge's eyes.
Yeah, to me, that's a clear 2 rounds up.
Yes.
That last one in particular, he, as you said, he knows what he's doing with his footwork, where he's going on a particular side, so he doesn't get hit on a particular side. He's controlling the distance 100%. He's controlling it. But as you said, can he keep this up for 12 rounds? Because there was a period there where they both traded body shots in particular. But what you don't want is like a body trade and just go wild like AJ Reeves and then just gets clipped on the head or the chin with the right hook. So he needs to maintain this win. So obviously the reason he's boxing on the outside is because he knows about the power.
Yes.
But I don't think he's felt it yet though. I don't think he's been hit hard enough to feel it in terms of buzzed yet. But he needs to keep this concentration up for 10 rounds. And this is why, even though I have him 2 rounds up, and I think you might as well, it's boxing 12 rounds is a long game.
Yeah, it is. And that's why my
prediction's incorrect. I hope, I'm not saying that because I think, I hope Straffon grows into it. For a spectacle, I hope he does. But so far, this is a very, very good performance. And for the British fighter, I hope this continues.
Yeah, and that's why I mentioned that Sonny Edwards fight, because he managed to do it for 12 rounds, which isn't done or seen often. So that is why, and obviously we Sonny Edwards out next weekend on the 11th, making his first defence of his world title, which I'm looking forward to seeing anyway. But at the minute, Maxi Hughes, and if he gets an IPO world title, then if he wins this fight, then he's going to be in a massive fight next. And even if he loses it, it'd be a great payday and a great story for him.
Yeah, that would be a major thing to go where he's come from, to have the chance to win a world title and then have just the chance to defend it is, as I said, amazing. It's just that, these people put their lives on the line, each week, and in the gym, they sacrifice time away from home, and, they deserve all the success they get. So from a British perspective, I hope he can do this. Definitely.
And look, we're in round 3 now, and we see the way he's coming forward. Hughes, he's coming forward a bit more now, but I just think he's found the way. He's kind of making himself small so he knows they can dip and find his range once again, because he's quite a gangly fighter, Straffon.
He's
loose
in
his shots. He isn't sharp. And now every time he throws that left hand, Hughes is coming with a jab. And
he's reading it very, very well, and isn't even getting. I mean, early days. I said he's not getting touched here. He's fight, counter, jab, out. His footwork, the circling around him is outstanding. The footwork is brilliant. Just like the Edwards fight. Things with Edwards, like those, even Charlie as well. I know Charlie had a loss as well, and then the sort of no contest. But both those boys' footwork is special because they're so light. But this is really impressive at the moment.
Yeah. And I think Straffon kind of got a bit hurt there by a left hand of Maxi Hughes. I don't know if you saw that, Tom, but
I was looking at our screen. I might have missed that there, but yeah, did he get buzzed?
Yeah, he weren't buzzed. I just think he felt it, and maybe just earned his respect a bit there and he looks away there because at the minute where we spoke about Straffon roughing up Hughes is actually roughing Straff a lot, but every time he's doing it, he's being calculated about it. He's being calculated about his work. It reminds me of, again, a bit like Montana versus Baranchik last weekend on the undercard of Jake Paul versus Tyron Woodley. That kind of performance. He's moving around, but he's still aggressive. He's being active in his output, not like obviously we see Tyron Woodley. His output wasn't there. He's being calculated in defensive. But he's making sure he's winning the rounds because for me, it's all about the output. And when the output's not there, you can be as defensive as you like, but you're still not winning the rounds because there needs to be output at certain points.
Correct. Yeah, like you said, he's doing both. He's defending and come with the output. To me, this is perfect at the moment. This is the most perfect first three rounds, round 2 and 3 in particular, that he could have had. He's not been caught. He's been hit, of course. You know, you get hit. Of course you get hit, but he's not being hit to the point of being hurt. His footwork is unreal. I mean, just looking at that eye, it looks a bit swollen. But, yeah, so far, in terms
he
of
marks
tactics,
up fairly easily, though, Hughes. And he's dealt with that in the past. So I'm not too worried about that early on. Yeah, coming out for round 4, and in his eyes, he'll be thinking, right, I'm a quarter of the way through my job. He's a quarter of the way through what I need to do.
Yeah, I think that's a good perspective to have. I don't know if boxers, you'll know a lot more than me in this respect, but if boxers break it down and say, right, that's one round done, next round done, now I'm halfway through, keep doing what you're doing. I don't know what the boxers work like that, the ones that you speak to in this view, or is it more just I'm in a fight and I don't remember the fight?
I think every fighter takes it differently. I think from just obviously I don't know how fighters take it on the night, but I think some fighters will take it round by round. Some fighters will just let their corner do all the thinking for them and just fight on instinct. And then because it always fascinated me, and I know he was concussed, but Anthony Joshua, when he said to Rob McCracken and the Andy Ruiz fight when he was concussed, like, what do I do here?
Yeah, what's going on? Why do I feel like this?
Exactly. Why do I feel like this? That just shows, all right, he may be concussed, but it shows the trust you've got in your trainer. And that is key. And that, for me, showed when everyone was saying that AJ should drop McCracken, I genuinely didn't think so, because they've got that relationship, and that showed their relationship and the trust between a fighter and a trainer, and which for me is invaluable. I
agree. I think this is Straffon's round at the moment. This is a little bit different.
Yeah.
But I think, to be fair, like, again, I think about things that people
big up. Left hand.
Oh, that's a big left hand.
That was great.
Took it well, though.
Tough Mexicans and a good left hand on the chin there. Leaky defence. So maybe because Straffon's coming forward a bit more, he might be coming into a full sense of security, and Straffon can play on that even more. Maybe you let him in for a minute of the round. That might be a game plan that Sean O'Hagan's doing, but we'll soon find out.
Good round. Straffon was the aggressor at the start, but he got caught with 2 big shots. He took them well. He's got a chin. That's another big straight right.
Yes, nice jab. This is the fight that I thought we'd see. This is a lot more closer. But Hughes, I think Hughes landing the cleaner punches. I do, but I think this 30 seconds is still you can still win or lose this round in this 30 seconds because it is close.
Yeah, Hughes to me after about 30 seconds of the round took over. I think he got hit a couple of times trading on the inside, which I don't think is a good idea. But even those, he's starting to win. But yeah, I mean, if this goes on for a few more, even 5-6 rounds, looks exhausting. This is a tough fight for both of them. But we said
definitely
we said it would grow into it.
And that's the end of the fourth round, closest round of the fight, in my opinion. How would you give that one, Tom?
I'd give that to Hughes still. After the first 30 or 40 seconds, to me, took charge and, as you said, landed the cleaner shots. To me, I know judges hear different. People in the comments might have different opinions. You know, that's the subjective nature of sport, and the great thing about it. But to me, he's 4 up to me.
Yeah, definitely. So we've got it 40-36 after 4 rounds. Every round to Maxi Hughes. We'll just go through the comments. Haney could have Straffon next. That's interesting. Maybe Hughes could. Straffon looks frustrated already. Prince Teddy. Coogan's wobbly legs. Who's on after Hughes? After Hughes, we have got Conor Benn versus Adrian Granados. Finally, we get to see it. It was meant to headline the first show of Fight Camp and the first show of the Zone UK. COVID was in the way of that. Alan Skill, evening Alan, says, sorry I'm late to the party. Hope you're all safe and well. Got confused because I thought Hughes was having problems with a Mexican strap-on. Okay. Alan Skill, obviously, that's Saturday night Saturday night drinking, I'm assuming there. What time Lara fight on? Lara fight on, I think Lara fight will be on about 10:30 tonight. But a great action-packed night of boxing. Currently in the 5th round of Giovanni Straffon versus Maxi Hughes for the IBO lightweight world title. And what's your opinions on the IBO title, Tom?
In what regard, Joe?
How highly do you hold that world title? Because it is a world title, but it's not regarded as one of the 4 main world titles that people class as being a world champion.
Yeah.
Big left hand. Giovanni Straffon, he's coming.
Wow.
He is hurt. And he only throw. He looks wobbly. His legs are all over the place. He's coming forward with the over the top left hand. He doesn't know where he is. Now a right hand. He's got
to be gone.
He's done. The referee may stop it. He's not landing the clean punches at the minute. Otherwise, the ref would have stopped it. Maybe step back. Maybe land an uppercut here. I think that Straffon was hurt in this fight. What a great shot from Maxi Hughes, and showed that the tough Mexican has got a limit to how much he can take. Another big left hand looping in. Oh, wow. How tough is this Mexican?
He needs to hold. How he's not been down yet, I don't know. Like this. To me, this is
magic. This is magical stuff from Maxi Hughes. Oh, another big straight left hand.
Ref needs to
step in. On the ropes. On the ropes. He's leading backwards and forwards. Giovanni Straffon's pride here is at stake. Otherwise, I think he would have took a knee. If I was a fighter here, I think I would have actually took the knee, regained composure. It's all about his hands are down still.
You've got like 50 seconds left as well.
53 seconds left in the round on my clock. This is great stuff. Really entertaining. And this is not how I thought this would go. I'm not how I thought this was going at all. Great body shot from Straffon. That's good from Maxi Hughes. Using the body over the top left, holding him, and then going.
He needs to go down.
That's what I'm saying.
For his own sake.
Marcus McDonald taking a close look. I think if all these shots were landed cleanly, I think the ref would have had no problem. But a lot of them are coming off the gloves and just slightly missing. Good right hand there coming in for the body. 12 seconds left. Wow. Straffon, how well has he done to survive this onslaught for about 90 seconds?
I don't even know how he's still standing. This is unbelievable how he's still standing. That was literally 1 minute and 45 seconds at least of just getting smashed up with zero defense. How he stayed up, I don't know.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Sweet Science Boxing, Cinderella story. You are correct. This is brilliant. Really good.
Punch perfect. I didn't know he had this sort of power.
No, obviously we saw it. Who was it? Who he fought for the British title last time out, where he got the knockout? It was that accumulation of
punches,
I
but
can't remember.
that over the top left hand was the one who wobbled him straight away. Just
because he'd had that
quickly.
in a couple. He had that before, isn't he? When we talked about that first round in particular, it's obviously something he's maybe been looking for. As you said, you mentioned this a while ago. He's coming in with his head dipped quite a lot of the time, which means he can extend that overhand left. If the
Paul Highland Jr. That was it. Sorry, Tom.
Okay,
Paul
yeah,
Highland Jr.
If he hasn't been caught, he can come in. So he dips his head, came in, Straffon through the right, missed, and he just came in with the overhand left. That's it. But I mean, it's all about the Mexicans. It's just so tough. But yeah, let's hope he's not gassed. But you'd have thought from how he controlled the first 4 rounds that he won't be.
Yeah, exactly. And look, that's a great 1-2. And I think he was quite smart, Maxi Hughes there. He although he kept coming forward, but he didn't just come in with the bombs and didn't throw the game plan to waste, because he was still calculated with his shots, which I think is always good to not live for the moment, because that's a good one too. Straffon coming on the ropes, I think the uppercut is needed. He's just using his strength now, which leaning on their planting body shot. I think Marcus McDonald just has a look at it to see if it was low, but great jab from Maxi. Yeah, brilliant performance so far.
Yeah, I agree in the sense of him not rushing in. I mean, this is what happened with AJ and Ruiz. Rush, and then from nowhere, bang. That's a big left hand.
Yeah, another big straight left hand. Strafford comes forward with a jab. But I think that now Maxi Hughes is confident, but that could be dangerous because we've seen the power of Strafford.
Yeah, but at the moment, I mean...
good right hand. Oh, great 1-2.
Oh, wow.
How tough is this, man? Oh, wow. This is Arturo Gatti levels of toughness. This is brilliant.
A Mickey Ward fight in that. But you made the point off camera, because I said about Straffon's power, and obviously it's just with certain fights, I don't know as much about them as maybe you or other people do. And you said with James Tennyson, that might have just been a snapshot. Had he been dragged or caught, you don't know what he's like. And this is what it's like. He gets caught against a fighter who's outsmarted him, and he's being dominated.
Yeah, no, obviously, because that is the only full fight I've seen of Straffon. I've seen clips of him, so and
same.
I think he was unknown to the to the public. Obviously, in Britain, obviously Hughes would have had a deeper dive in him, and his team with Sean O'Hagan, because I know Sean meticulously plans his game plan. So he's meticulously planned. He makes a joke about. I've heard him joking about. He sits on the toilet and watches his opponents with a notepad in front of him, because that's the only place he'll get a bit of peace and quiet. He does say that, like, genuinely, he does. He really does take a fighter into consideration, and he said that was kind of our stake with Lara, because we thought we knew what to expect with Lara, but they just got caught by the blind side, and that's the end of that round 6, and another good round from Maxi Hughes.
I mean, I know Straffon is still throwing punches, and it's clear he does have the power from previous fights. I think he has something like 17 knockouts as well. And of course, you can question the caliber of opponent. I'm not including Jack Tennyson in that statement. I'm talking about fighters back home that I'd never heard of before, Mexican fighters, where there just isn't video footage of him fighting them. But I mean, his corner needs to be careful, because if he keeps taking his punishment, this is dangerous, because he was wobbled again in that. Not as much as the previous round, but he was beaten up in that round again.
Yeah.
So they need to watch that. I know he's not marked up, but yeah, I like you said. I mean, if it had gone down, obviously he needs a knockout to win, Straffon, but he needs a knockout now, regardless the way this is going. So, I don't know about you in this position or what you thought his corner would have said, but I thought for a tactical thing, just take the knee. Yeah. Just go down and take it. Yeah. Don't show your hurt as in falling, but just take it. Take the 10 seconds, maybe towards near the end of the round. Maybe not near the end of the round, but maybe 40, 50 seconds. Compose yourself. Go again, talk to your corner. Because he's already down so far on the cards. And a knockdown point wouldn't have made a blind bit of difference unless he dominates from now till 12. But it doesn't look like that will happen. No. And just also a word on Headley. How good does it look with all those fans looked on? It's brilliant to get all the fans back. it's not the same. Boxing isn't the same without. I know, like, you hear the thudding of the punches, and for boxing fans, it's cool to hear that. And you know, you're talking about being in the hotel and seeing them, watching them fight, and just the sheer power that you can understand. Because from TV, people won't understand that. You know, you have to go to a live boxing fight or live boxing event or training to see that. But that Lara Warrington could have been that as well. Lara might have just had no fear. Whereas when he comes in the ring,
great left hand as well.
A huge punch, a huge left. Whereas when he comes in the ring later, the support is all against him. So could be a factor.
Yeah. And do you like, obviously, Tom? Do you like going to see live boxing? Have you seen, like, been to many boxing shows yourself?
I haven't been to as many as I'd like to be honest. I saw AJ's first fight, and I've been to a couple like sort of friends who have done the white collar thing. But I feel I watched an absolute ton of it sort of online, and I'm a huge fan of it. I'd like to think I have a bit of a knowledge and sort of back opinion with facts, but I do need to get out some more fights for sure.
No. Some people, honestly, like, I know a lot of people, like a lot of boxing fans, and they, some of them just prefer watching it at home as well.
Yeah, I'd like to come to a night like this with this crowd, like the electric atmosphere, and to see a fight like this would be amazing. But Hughes is, Straffon looks a little bit more game now. Looks like he's got his feet back, but so it'll be interesting to see where the next couple of rounds go. Hughes still needs to be careful, as you alluded to earlier. Like, he can't get complacent, but I don't think he is.
He's slipping them shots as well still, which is good. And maybe he's just trying to spend a couple of rounds, maybe tiring Straffon once again, just to make sure if he wants to get him out of there. But I think Hughes is comfortable with taking him the distance. I think that would have been his game plan from the start, to take him the distance or get a late stoppage. Because he was expecting the toughness and the power of Straffon. So if you mix tough and power, then it's trying just an outbox. You try and just do a boxing lesson, and that's what he's done so far. So I think he'll be happy just to stay in there at this point anyway. But he comes in good over the top left.
Yeah, that's all he needs to do. Look, that overhand left in particular is on to him. Is keep his distance. Counter maybe like that, like Straffon's just swinging is wild, like catching with the left. That jab is perfect to the right. Is Straffon's hands are a bit further down they should be after he's punched at least at first, and when he's walking in, to me, he's a little bit open. So because he's hurt, but yeah, talking about keeping on the outside, I still don't think Hughes has been hit to the extent where he's this man's powerful. To me, I don't know. It doesn't look like he's been even troubled. I don't know what you think. If you think he's been hit a couple of times, Hughes, but to me, it's.
I think. I think he got caught. I think there's 3 punches I can say, but obviously 3 punches, 3 like half big punches over 7 completed 3-minute rounds is nothing really when you're boxing to the extent you are. I think he got caught with an uppercut in this round, which caught my attention. But then, as soon as he got caught with the uppercut, Hughes come over the top, slip the next punch, and come up over the top with the left hand. So sometimes, if you feel the power, sometimes you can sacrifice a shot in order to gain the leverage for your big shot, which has doubled in power, doubled it in success, and doubled it in the ability to catch the judge's eye and win the round.
Yeah, it was like that, the Povetkin KO. Like, I know he didn't get clipped, but Dillian went to hit him. Povetkin sort of ducked under, and if he'd have been hit, he'd have been hit, and he was still going to come with that uppercut. So you're right. Sometimes you just need to get in place for that shot, but the left hand over the top, the straight right, the right jab, the left hand over the top is just dominating this fight, and he's getting caught every single time with that right in particular. There again, he's nowhere near to defending it.
Yeah. And obviously the Cinderella Southpaw, that's what they're saying, the Southpaw style. And if I'm a lightweight, I'm looking at Maxie Hughes and thinking, I don't really want to fight him. I don't need to fight this guy. He's a very tricky person to beat at the minute. Obviously the on-form fighter, but I don't know too many lightweights that would look at him and think, that'll be an easy night's work.
Yeah, it won't be. Like, I think again, maybe I made the mistake of Straffon and not seeing much footage and seeing that first fight, but it's clear how much power Hughes has. I didn't know he had this much power against someone with a chin like this, and he's dominating the fight. And to me, he's won from round 1 to 8. But it was
and Hughes only got 5 KOs in his professional career.
This is it.
5
this is
23.
it. His KO rate is low, but I can't emphasize to me how perfect he's boxing. In terms of a performance tonight, this will be hard to top. Whatever happens in the next 4 rounds, obviously we hope he comes through this. But the first 3, 4, measure the distance, jab, come in with an overhand left, see an attack, go for it, don't go too wide so he doesn't get caught, and then control the distance. And it's an unbelievable performance so far.
Definitely. Obviously, going back to that tactic, like tactically, so good, and he's what we've been saying about the fight. Like, I don't want to keep repeating myself because he just keeps doing it. He's sticking to the game plan. I've noticed in the past couple of rounds he's been getting a bit closer, and then when he gets closer, he plants a little body shot in, and we said that might be just as a technique to tire Straffon even more. But look, planting that jab, that's the first time he kind of tripled up on that jab. And that shows that he's comfortable in a great 1-2. And then Straffon stumbles back. That was timed perfectly. I love that. That is the sweet science at its best. Really good boxing and just class from Maxi Hughes.
He got caught with a shot coming out there, though. He needs to be careful.
Yes.
But that, as you said, the counter, brilliant.
10 seconds left of round number 8. Would you say a demolition so far of Maxi Hughes? Am I over exaggerating when I'm saying that it's been a bit of a demolition job, or just a really good boxing lesson?
I think in terms of a boxing purist or someone who likes to watch the sweet science sort of boxing, box out tactics, it has been a demolition. Whatever happens in the next few rounds, because it doesn't look like it, but with someone with, Straffon obviously does have power, not so far in this fight, but he's getting beaten up. I think if someone saw just this round and just turned on and they saw them trading a little on the inside, that was the one he got caught on. But he did well to take that. They might think, Straffon looks like a good fighter. This looks like quite a tight fight, both of them trading. But no, to me, this is... I mean, he needs to be careful watching those highlights. He needs to be careful, but it doesn't look like he was hurt by the power, in all fairness.
No.
Yeah, to me, I'd use the word demolition at the moment. I think last couple of rounds, Straffon has caught him a couple of times. But definitely, in terms of... It's still close to punch perfect for me as of the moment.
Definitely, just answer a few of the comments. Straffon already in need of KO to win this. Correct, in my opinion. The uppercut right up the middle to the body by Hughes has been helping him dictate the fight so far. HBPW, what round is it? We're just at the start of round 9. Sweet Science Boxing says we're slightly behind. I've got it live, so I apologise if we are slightly behind Sweet Science Boxing. But it might just be the slight delay between broadcast. But for me, us talking and you receiving, I think there's about a second and a half delay. But obviously round 9 and started out again. Straffon, the aggressor, he's coming back a bit more faster this round, isn't he, Tom?
Yeah, he's going for. He knows he's so far behind. But the more he comes in, the more chance that he's going to get caught, like in the last round with that 1-2. So, there's a higher chance of him going down in this next round or two, Straffon, because he's coming in so open. But it'll be exciting because they could really start to trade here in the next round or two if he manages to close the distance, which he's not managing to do yet because Hughes is, look at that footwork, just in and out. It looks so fresh still.
Yep, nice jab again. Then just dips, moves to the right, just great work. Then gets out of the way by moving to the right, then moves to the left. He's a southpaw, moving to the left, just trying to land that left hand, which he's done so well throughout the fight, but doing really well with the jab at the minute. Just turning the Straffon inside out, another jab landing flush, really good work. Good jab landing from Straffon there, though, as a reply. Another jab. But even so, like, I don't... Looking at where Maxi Hughes was at 2.5 years ago to now, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, like we were discussing earlier, the mindset of these people to do this sport, like obviously I'm here and hope to give an opinion and as to back it up with facts, but I would never sort of come out with comments, well, oh, we should have been tougher, we should have done this.
Yeah.
Because look at what these people put themselves through. And as you said, like Cinderella stories, it's so hard. You know, I feel like when you're criticized and doubted as a boxer by the public or just in life, to raise yourself up to just a level, let alone a high level. So if he gets this, it's inspiring.
It is, and he's inspiring the whole of Leeds, really. I think, especially and what a night it would be for Leeds if Warrington also gets the revenge tonight. That would be unbelievable. Great uppercut,
good uppercut,
and then over the top left hand from Maxi Hughes. He's so tough. What a granite chin Strafford's got, and that'll be great. I want to see Strafford again against some more lightweights, but obviously because we see how tough the guy is, it's brilliant. But again, you've got to give that round to Maxi Hughes.
Yeah, he didn't. To me, didn't look like he was getting caught in that round at all. If you were looking for a more balanced argument, again, he just had the cleaner shots. His footwork is just as good as it was in round one. It's the same tactical pattern we spoke in round two. We said, boxing's a long game, it's 12 rounds. And I thought at this point he would have been caught at least and felt the power. And as we said, maybe with one or two shots he has. But he's doing what he was doing in the first two rounds. Hit, move, dance round in a sort of more circular motion, use the ring, counter, jab with the right. He hasn't hit the overhand left for a bit. But as you said, he doesn't need to risk that at this point. There's no reason. Like, keep the distance and box.
Yeah, look, Prince just love watching Maxi Hughes. Great movement, hands up, lovely jab. Yeah, that is it. That is it, and especially with that over the top left hand as well. Talking about a draw, 20-1. The Irish Rover says Lara Warrington will be a draw, 20-1. Hope you got it done, lads. We'll talk about Warrington and Lara later. We've got Conor Benn versus Adrian Granados coming up next, but at the minute we're in round 10 of this brilliant fight. A fantastic performance so far from Maxi Hughes against the IBO lightweight champion against Strafford.
The jab has been special. It's unreal how effective it's been. We've seen this in fights. The Joyce Dubois fight, the Yard fight as well, that he lost to Lyndon Arthur. We've seen how, obviously it's not just the jab, but how he's controlled this. He hits him every single time with this jab flush. It's brilliant timing.
See, like, again, just coming under. Look, we see Strafford there saying, come on. He wants to fight. He's used to that engaging of the fight. But when he's being boxed like he is, why would you engage?
Hughes has fought as well. It's not
he's
won. He's fought and traded when he needs to and still comes out on top.
Like we said at the start, like the first couple of rounds, like it should be like Sonny Edwards versus Bruce Mitchellani. It hasn't been like that at all. He's been like, he's stood there, he's jabbed, and he's moved in and out of range. He's boxed. He's boxed just brilliantly, brilliantly. Like how you should box against these type of fighters. And he's been entertaining. He's entertained the Leeds crowd as well.
Yeah, going back to the point you made earlier, because I know it was just in the middle of when he was about to knock him down. About the IBO, I think if he's executed a game plan as well as this and once, he's a world champion in my eyes. Yeah. To me, it shouldn't. To me, with a performance like this, it shouldn't be seen as less. If you got the person out of there in like one round, like all respect to all fighters, of course, but like the Yard fight the other week, it's just, and that was for a world title, for example. Like Charles Martin was world heavyweight champion. You just think how has that been allowed to happen? But he's earned this. So to me, he's a world champ of a high caliber if this continues.
Yeah, exactly. But it's just a shame that, well, it's not a shame for boxing fans but the fact we've got, well, it's debatable whether we've got an undisputed champion because Teofimo Lopez franchise and all that palaver. But a lot of the belts are held up by Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney, who are just two tremendous talents, and that will be a huge step.
Yeah, because that's for unification, isn't it? If those two, so it's I think Lopez holds 3.
Yeah, but it's because he should hold all 4, but it's because when Lomachenko got elevated to franchise champion, that means he didn't, because he was WBC champion, so he should be the undisputed champion, but it's all of that WBC franchise, WBC regular champion. Right, and then obviously, I think it ended up being Haney got given the WBC title, then his first defense, and then he was champion in recess, then he got given it back, and it was all craziness from the WBC. So, yeah, in many people's, he calls himself the undisputed champion, and the WBC said he is the undisputed champion, yet David Haney is still the WBC champion. So it is crazy.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of, it's all about boxing knowledge and things like that, like I said, in terms of the fighters, but there are some things I think for boxing neutrals and even people who know boxing, the divisions and governing bodies can be confusing. I think I don't know what you think about this. I'm still of the persuasion that maybe it should just be under one, like it used to be. But then there are a lot of opportunities for other boxers, and there are a lot of exciting fights that can be made at a lot faster rate because there isn't just one fighter waiting. So there is pros and cons to it.
In an ideal world, there would be one, but I just don't think it can ever happen. People forget, like the first governing body was the WBA. That was the first one, and the WBA seems to be the governing body that comes under the fire the most. So if it was the original, which is the WBA, then I think there could probably be even more complaints.
Yeah.
So I think it's one of them debates that we're just never going to get exactly what we want as boxing fans. So there's always going to be sacrifices need to be made, but there's obviously certainly room for improvement. Look, we got Irish Rover there. WBC is the best belt, but then we think about this franchise regular. They bring in the Bridgerweight. So there's WBC are controversial as well. Also with their mandatory system, which they are rejigging. So I think there's pros and cons of every single governing body, and that's a conversation. Obviously, I think we'll probably get into it in more depth later on, whether that's in a different live stream or tonight if we get time. But at the minute, just going back to round 11, the championship rounds, and in and out of range once again, landing a beautiful 1-2. Maxie Hughes boxing brilliantly again. Executing the game plan, classy performance. Couldn't have asked any more from the Leeds man.
Yeah, he knows he has to be aggressive here now, Straff. I mean, not that he's not attempted to be, it just hasn't worked. But I mean, he's getting picked off. And again,
he is. Footwork, fantastic. Really good footwork from Maxie. He's making Strafford work for every shot that he even throws, and then 90% of them shots that he throws, he doesn't even land.
Yeah,
he's so smart. He's so clever. Again,
that short left he just missed twice in quick succession. There, jab right, missed. You're right. It's just to have this concentration after 11 rounds is unbelievable.
Exactly. And Eddie Earn will love this for a story. For the next fight, because he will definitely promote Maxie Hughes' next fight, and obviously I don't know who that will be against, but it'll be a big fight. And Eddie said the winner will be in a massive fight.
Yeah, and so he should be. He continues doing what he's doing for next round, so he should be. He's earned his shot. You think the amount of fighters who sometimes, as you said, with some of the systems, and you have a fighter who's maybe lost 6-7 fights, suddenly he's challenged for a world title, and you think, what's going on here? But he's earned a massive shot at something, regardless if he maybe is then definitely a level below your Lopez's, etc. Maybe that fight won't be next, of course, but he's earned it. He's earned it.
Exactly, and obviously I don't want to prematurely do it, but just look at this tonight. Look at who in the crowd tonight. There's certainly some boxers. Look, Sol Dakers, Johnny Fisher, Campbell Hatton, Lee Wood. I think I see Ben Davison. Wow, a lot of fighters there. Ben Whittaker. They're all come out for this monster night of boxing tonight.
Yeah, this is the best card of the year to me so far.
Yeah, agreed. I'm just trying to think just before I agree.
I mean, I can't remember the beginning of the year, to be honest with you. But
we didn't get any fights. But I think the first big fight in the UK was Lara versus Warrington.
Yeah, but I watched most of the undercard of that, and it wasn't like this, from what I remember.
No. I think we had Kelly versus Avanesian. I think it weren't the card.
A very good fight.
yeah, that was a bit bad. Even the card, it weren't as good as card. I think you had a Coley versus Guwaki, which I think I remember the card weren't great for that at all. Conor Ben versus Vargas.
Oh, yeah, to be fair, then that was quite a good card because yeah, that's quite good. But I think just in terms of what we're seeing here tonight, just this fight alone, I mean, this could have been at least a second fight before a main or a main on another night. This has been brilliant.
Yeah, another good card, I think, but it was pay-per-view, so you kind of want it to be a good card, was Chisora versus Parker, because you had Taylor versus Jonas. You
that was a
had
good fight. That was quite a good fight. Yeah, Taylor Jonas fight.
You had Eubank versus Morrison, which didn't obviously materialise to be a great fight, and there was one more fight. Oh, you had Bivol versus Richards that night as well.
I don't think I can remember that one, but the others I think I do. Yeah, but yeah, it's again, it's just good. I know I keep sort of using the term boxing neutrals, but in terms of getting people into it, for those who might not have heard of Maxi Hughes, for example, now people will now. And it's good that he's been given this platform. So if you can get a good undercard, it makes the entire night. Like, I don't know about you, obviously you're a huge boxing fan, but not knowledge. I will watch for most of the time, most of the undercard as I can of any fight, because it means I can learn more about fighter, learn more about the sport. And it's not just about coming on and knowing who AJ is, for example. So I think it's important to be knowledgeable of the undercard.
Definitely. And it helps you, it helps the fighters grow. So obviously, like, AJ hasn't been a pay-per-view star for his whole career. He's worked up and up the ranks. And just obviously we're coming into the last minute now, but just a word on AJ. Like, I remember watching AJ. I think I was there for his 12th fight. I think against Gary Cornish, the one before Dillian White. So
that was a beating as well. That one.
That was a beating there. He was beating him up. Obviously, he had the extra advantages. He won Olympic gold at London 2012. But you look at other stars. The Dillian White, obviously, are probably, apart from Tyson Fury, maybe the third biggest star in the UK right now, boxing wise. The only other pay-per-view fighter. He didn't have an Olympic background, but he used someone like AJ. So there's so many ways up. And beating someone like Straffon is just another way up, because you see, when it comes to casuals, it's about highlight reel stuff. And when you watch what Straffon done to Tennyson, then you say, "Oh, look, this Leeds guy just beat this guy."
It's like Bridges. It's like Bridges. If you want to watch entertainment, you're gonna run with
there
that
you go.
as the winner.
It's over. Maxi Hughes. Gone the 12, gone the distance, and surely he's won that fight. I think he won every single round in my opinion. A fantastic performance. One of the performances of the year, in my opinion, so far. Certainly from a British fighter. Fantastic. And I can't wait to see what each fighter and Eddie Hearn has got to say. Get your reactions into that in the comments, people. Straffon was about to get David Haney as well. Interesting, solid performance. MH, well deserved. J Sharp, no mass. A lot of fighters would have said no mass. I think in the 5th round when he got a heavy beaten, and he was so tough to survive that round. So hats off to Straffon for staying in there and being as tough as he was all fight, and kind of just never giving up, never, always coming forward and there till the last bell.
Yeah, I mean, how he's walking around, I know he's not celebrating. It looks like it's just a thank you, which he should get a lot of admiration from the crowd for that. But I mean, how he's even walking around after that 4th and 5th round, I guess one thing we have found out is that maybe his power wasn't what it was, or maybe it was just because he caught Tennyson flush and Tennyson made a mistake earlier than they should have. But if you want to know more about him now, we know that he's got a chin. We know that much. So he, I imagine, should get a good fight still next. Not a level up in that regard, because he's not earned it tonight. But he'll be entertaining to watch. He should be on another undercard again. Not so soon, because he took a lot of damage tonight. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what the judge would think. You never know. As we said, it can be so controversial. Talking about Steve Gray earlier and how some fights are like 117, 115, and then 120, 110 to the other person. You just wonder what they're watching. But to me, I had all the rounds.
Yeah. I think there's most you should have given ever was 2 rounds, but I certainly had Maxi winning every single round. So it'd be really interesting to see what the judges get, and going into referee Marcus McDonald now to get the official decision from the MC, and fantastic guy, by the way, David Diamante. Judges scorecards. Howard Foster. 120, 107. Wow.
Yeah, those are good cards.
Yeah, 119, 109. And Maxi Hughes gets it. Absolutely fantastic. Look, 13 points in it for 2 of the judges, and there wasn't even a knockdown. That shows the class and the brilliant performance from Maxi Hughes. We get beating Giovanni Straffel for the IBO lightweight world title, and brilliant performance. In your opinion, Tom, who would you like to see Hughes in against next? Because he deserves a massive fight. He deserves a massive payday. He served his dues up and down the country, kind of being thrown in as an opponent, against John O'Carroll. John O'Carroll just come off the back of a fantastic performance from Scott Quigg. And then he goes out and beats Kotoshikov, who was seen as a monster. And then he beat Bill Highland Jr. for the British, and now he's beat Giovanni Straffon. Need a big fight. Who would you put him in against?
To be honest with you, Joe, the lightweight division I know less about. I know the top boys, but in terms of just before world level, you'd be more educated on that. But all I know is that he deserves a step up.
Yes.
In terms of a world title fight for one of the other 4, that might be a step too far. But if the comments were that Devin Haney was matched for Straffon, or was an apparent fight, or maybe if Straffon won this or before this was matched, I mean, maybe that could go. And as you said, he's not sort of he didn't win the belt, Haney, as you explained to me earlier. So maybe that could be the fight. But I mean, that is a level up. So maybe someone else. But who do you think? Because people in the comments and you will share a better opinion on this.
Depends what way you look at it. If you want a big money fight, because I wouldn't put him personally against the likes of Lopez, Lomachenko, Haney, Garcia, just yet. Gervonta Davis in that same bracket if he fights at lightweight. Then I'll be honest. I'm looking down the BoxRec rankings right now, and it reads Teofimo Lopez. No, I wouldn't put him against Teofimo Lopez. Lomachenko, no. Jojo Diaz, I don't think that will happen. And I wouldn't. Yeah, I would put him maybe against like a top 10 to top 15 guy. I'm looking at George Kambosos Jr. He's fighting Teofimo Lopez next when that gets rescheduled. Richard Comey, very, very difficult, tricky fighter, the forgotten man of the division, in my opinion. I wouldn't want that fight. I'm looking at 2 names. I'm looking at, if you want a great British fight and a man who needs a big fight, I'm looking at Lee Selby. He had a great.
I've not heard Lee Selby's name for a while in the mix of things.
Exactly. Last year on the undercard of Usyk Chisora, he lost that close decision to Kambosos Jr., who now is going on to fight Teofimo Lopez. So I won't write off Lee Selby just yet. So Lee Selby, good British name, would be a good British dust-up, probably as the co-feature on a big card.
Where's he ranked in that on BoxRec?
On BoxRec, he's still ranked number 7. He's still ranked number 7 in the world. Yes. Okay. Yes. Personally, I probably wouldn't have him that high. Look, MH says versus Selby. Or I'm looking at, if you want a big name, big money fight where the fans will know it'll be an exciting fight, why not have him against Jorge Linares? Jorge Linares has done. It's such a big step up. Jorge Linares is getting on in age now. He's taken a couple of losses, but he showed at the end of that fight, I think in round 10 against Devin Haney, that he can still put it on. And Haney ended up holding on for the last rounds. But Linares is a big name. He's beaten of 3 Brits that Eddie Hearn's put in front of him. He's beaten Kevin Mitchell in an absolutely brilliant fight. That was a fantastic fight on the undercard of Kell Brook versus who was it? It was a Kell Brook undercard. Frankie Gavin, that was it. Then he obviously beat Luke Campbell in another close decision, and then he had the 2 fights against Andy Croller. Why not put him in against Maxi Hughes? It'd be a great story, and imagine that. Just if he ends up beating
as well.
Jorge Linares. Jorge Linares?
Yeah, did he fight Leo Santa Cruz? I feel like he might have a loss or 2 against him, in fact.
I don't think he fought Santa Cruz. I'll be honest, because I think Santa Cruz is just a little bit too light. But he's had losses. Obviously, he lost to Lomachenko. He's had 6 losses on his career. He lost to Kano on the undercard of a Andre fight. Just looking down his box rec now.
Yeah, did he fight Rigondeaux as well?
No, he didn't fight Rigondeaux. He's just getting a little bit too light for that.
Yeah, I remember the Croller fight because that was after Croller had come back from that skull fracture. But I mean, I remember he was beaten up in those fights. And Linares is class. I'm a big fan of him, but I think, as you said, age appears to have caught up with him a little bit more. But I like Linares in terms of slip in, slip out. At his prime, at least. I remember watching a few of his fights. Opponents, some I do remember, some I don't. But as you said, maybe because he's come into the twilight of his career, Maxi Hughes is putting a brilliant performance there. Yeah, why not? Like, because he has to go next level, as you said. So that could be a good shout.
Yeah, and look, Maxi Hughes is now, I think, just been boosted to number 17 in the world. So just look at Ivan Bendy. That's another name. Obviously, he beat Luke Campbell. Obviously, I know Luke Campbell avenged that loss. A very hard fight, but potentially maybe Mayasi Nakatani, who obviously just lost to Lomachenko in Lomachenko's comeback fight. I think that'd be a decent fight. The Japanese guy.
That could be a good fight.
But for me, the 2 I'd say is Lee Selby and Jorge Linares. Let us know what you think in the comments. Who's next for the Cinderella Southpaw man, Maxi Hughes? But up next, we've got Conor Benn, the Destroyer, versus Adrian Granados. Finally, we get to see it. And let us know what you got for your predictions in that fight. What are you thinking, Tom? Who you got in that one?
This is tough to call because I think if you'd asked me at the start of Conor's career, after watching him get wobbled a couple of times, I would have said he'd been beaten up. But he has improved so much. I know he doesn't have that amateur pedigree. Granados has got a lot of top fighters on his resume. Granted, he's not beaten them, but the experience is invaluable. To me, this is Conor's toughest test. But then we said off camera, and people said about the Vargas fight as well. And look what he did there. So we'll see what Granados' chin is like if he gets what. We might see what Conor's is like. Conor has the better footwork and speed to me, having watched Granados' sort of last fight highlights and fights. And he's been been on points a lot of the time where he's lost to these top fighters. He's fought Porter, he's fought Broner, he's fought Garcia. Like, these are huge names. So I don't know. I'll go with Ben because I think his improvement has been huge. But I think it might be either a late stoppage or he'll take it on points. But it's a tough fight, I think, for him. I mean, I hope I'm proven it's incorrect and he comes out and just does what he did to Vargas.
Let's have a look.
It might be a bit harder than that, I think. Maybe.
Roll Like Papa says.
Hopefully. We hope
Ben's going to rip him a new one. J Sharp, come on, Conor. We got, so obviously Conor Benn, a big star, really. And do you think he could be the next star of British boxing?
I do. I rate him. I really, really do. The improvement he's made, it's not the whole he's Nigel Benn's son. I feel the same with Chris Eubank Jr. I feel both are boxers in their own rights, but I feel Chris was going to be that next major star. I feel like his time might have gone, or it's not there as much due to a couple of defeats that I didn't see coming. But Conor is slick. He's a good boxer. But like I said, this is a tough test. We'll see more now. I mean, if he takes him apart with ease, as I'm sure one of the comments said a minute ago, I mean, he's going to be elevated to a very, very high level fighter next. So it'll be interesting to see what he does here. What do you think? What do you think is going to happen?
I think it's a really interesting fight. I think that not a lot's been made of the fact that Conor Benn has had COVID.
Yes.
Which could affect his lung capacity and could affect his stamina. It's not the preparation you want going into a fight of this magnitude. But don't get me wrong, Ben is an animal at the minute. He's on form. That Vargas fight would have filled him with confidence, and he knows that a lot rests on his shoulders. A lot is expected of him, but I think he can take that pressure with a pinch of salt. And I love the fact he says, "I create the hype, but I don't believe in it." That's a great saying. That's a great quote there.
I like
create
that.
the hype, but don't believe in it. Yeah, exactly. Because you need to build this hype around you, to build your brand, to build your identity, to become a main event star, to be the next star of British boxing. But if you start believing that hype, if you start taking a back seat in training, believing that you are the real deal, then that's when it could go out of your hands. World champions need to train like they're the challengers. That's a strong belief of mine, and I think that Conor Benn's belief in that is still strong, and he's still extremely raw, which I do love about Conor Benn. And one thing, he's an incredibly intense guy. But yeah, good guy as well.
Yeah, because it would be, and again, you sometimes see this in other sports, in individual sports in particular, where someone comes from a famous father or mother, and it just isn't quite the success it is. And there could be a host of facts like that. Like, okay, that person been brought up in privilege, as both Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor have done.
Yeah.
But as you said, you know, I watched like YouTube training videos just off on a run at sort of 5 a.m. Like, he could have just lived life, been an okay boxer, whatever, made a little bit and rested on what his dad made and the profile his dad has. For sure, he could have done that. But again, it shows that boxers are just different people. They're animals. To have this hunger when you're brought up in relative privilege. Because actually, him and Nigel used to living near a tennis club I was a member of. So on an odd time, I'd see like Nigel come out of something like the gated clothes they lived in. Conor would have been a child then at the time, but I know he lives in Australia now. But to have that hunger when a lot has been given to you in the first place, whether it was intentional or not, or however Nigel parented, is something to behold. Because I know I'll probably just be chilling.
Yeah. It's a question of hunger. And look, we've got Star Fox McLeod 213. Benny's going to get gassed and get knocked out like old Joshy boy. So, yeah, he thinks Granados. Granados, being around him this week, is really calm.
Okay, that's always a good sign.
He's got a good air of confidence about him. And he isn't taken back by the coverage he's getting. He isn't taken back by the star. Look at that. Wow. He looks ready for war, Conor Benn. He looked angry, he looked pumped. I cannot wait to see Conor Benn. He's so entertaining. This is why we love him. Eric Alvarez, you're tripping. Granados with the upset. That's quite a prediction, John Smith. Let's see. Is he going to go straight away for a knockout like he did against Vargas? Or is he going to look to be getting rounds, experience rounds? Because don't get me wrong, Vargas, fantastic fighter. Get knocked out, but he needs to get good rounds against these experienced fighters in the bank.
Yeah, there's
things coming in early on. We're off. Is it 10-round fight tonight? He's come forward. These are both aggressing early on, and it's really guns ho early on. It looks like it's going to be an exciting fight. Conor swinging and missing.
He looks like he's been hit and he's walked off, but it's not. His just turn is so extreme. That's clever. Yeah,
really nice and light on his feet. Ooh. Oh, great left hand from Conor. But the nice little combo from Granados coming back. I think this would be a great test of Conor's defence tonight. Oh, good body shot from Ben. Oh, look, Ben's on the attack, but coming back is Adrian Granados. This is really good. Really entertaining.
Needs to be careful.
Oh, big swing and miss. You don't want to be looking like that, Conor. Get back to the jab. That's a good jab. In and out of range nicely from Adrian Granados. Good uppercut, but then he comes back. Conor now on the front foot. Granados holding on. Good 1-2 from Conor, but then gets caught on the way out of range there. Oh, good body shot from Granados. Looks a bit rugged on his feet, Conor. Needs to stay a bit strong there.
Yeah, his stance after he's thrown is so wide.
Yeah. Yeah, he look sometimes set off balance by Adrian Granados, which he needs to rectify early on in this fight. Good jab to the body. He does look, although he is like very gun-ho, he looks like relaxed in the ring. He doesn't look like a rabbit in the headlights or anything like that. He looks like a predator to prey at the minute.
Who, Ben or Granados, sorry?
Yeah, Ben.
Yeah,
Ben's more the trickier, like light on his feet, but Ben just looks like the bigger man there.
Even the commentating is, their voices are just like tone is up and down, up and down. This is only just round one. Yeah.
Fantastic commentator, by the way, Mike Costello. I love Mike Costello.
I'm a huge fan of a lot of these. I know, Matchroom don't work with Sky, but Adam Smith, like a lot of these voices, you just instantly connect with boxing. A lot of these guys make it what it is.
Yeah. And that's the end of the first round, and that was an action-packed first round. Close round. Who'd you give it to, Tom?
I give it to Conor for more out. I don't want to be 2 or 3 seconds behind you because I feel like big things will happen in this fight.
Cool. I'll just pause it. I'll pause it.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's fine, because we need to keep where you are, because we need to ensure that the guys who are watching are the same as you are. So no, stick where you are. That's fine.
Maybe if you refresh your thing, Tom, then it might
I've just
upload
had a go.
it to the thing.
I'm only like a second or two.
Cool. It's usually me who's behind, mate. So don't. So I feel your pain. I feel your pain.
Yeah.
I'm usually the one behind.
How did you see that round?
Really close. It all depends what you like. And the thing that worries me from the judges, because I would give it to Ben watching it on the TV, but I think the judges ringside may give it to Granados because they see that swinging and missing by a lot. And then it looks to the judges that he is like tucking in maybe 1 or 2 Granados, but then Ben does come forward with some nice jabs. So it is whatever way you like it, that one. But I'll give that one to Ben.
Yeah, no, I agree. Couldn't have said it better myself. I'd agree with what you just said in that respect of judges and how you got caught there.
Good start of the second round from Adrian Granados as well. Landing a nice jab, nice little looping left hand there, leading left hand from the orthodox position. But Conor lands a nice 1-2, and again, I think he's always looking for the knockout, but he comes there. Look, that's a slip. Granados down, but ruled a slip.
Oh, yeah. It's interesting, that comment about saying how he get gassed out. You can see if he continues at this rate but doesn't have as much success, you could see something like that happening.
Interesting being a 10 round. I thought it'd be a 12 rounder, I must admit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no. And these are quick pace. I've noticed about these DAZN shows, it's such fast turnaround. At Sky, there'd be a break, a lot of analysis. These are fast turnaround, these fights.
Yeah.
Because obviously, look, it's 9 o'clock now, or 5 to 9. We've got this fight. We've got Katie Taylor. Katie Taylor's is only 20 minutes of boxing because it's 10-2s. 30 minutes with in between rounds, and then you've got Josh. Obviously, that's a 12 3-minute round contest.
Yeah, I think it's good like that for the boxing fans. I think people obviously we're on here sort of giving our analysis and people are joining in with their brilliant analysis as well. But in terms of cracking on with the show, because it is a show, as it were, and we talked about this earlier, I think it's brilliant.
Definitely. And I think this fight was going to shape up to be a really good one.
Yeah, I think this will be a war.
definitely. And because Granados has shown he can bite down on the gum shield, he can show that he is tough. Obviously, he's been knocked out a couple of times, but only against the best of the best. I'm surprised. Oh, Connor gets caught there with a lovely right hand.
Oh, Jesus. The uppercut.
Yeah,
Took it well.
he did. He did. Oh, Connor gets caught there again a few times with a lovely little combination. Oh, good work from Connor. Nice 1-2. I like what Granados is doing. Every time he gets caught, it may look like he's hurt, but I don't think so. He's just using the ropes as a support. Yeah. He's not using it because he needs to lean back because he's hurt. He's using it as a support. Just an extra little bit of comfort there. And that round for me was a lot closer. I might give that round to Granados.
I would for the cleaner work. There were a lot of big swings and misses there from Connor.
Yeah. See Katie Taylor in her life.
Like, go on.
Sorry, no, go on. Carry on, Tom.
Oh no, I was just gonna comment that it's that his reactions now, at least Granados, it's like I said, it's that turn of the cheek. I've not seen a fight do that before. You see Floyd like lean with the shoulder, a lead with the shoulder even to then defend, but he seems to turn with his cheek and he's evading a lot of punches. Like but a lot of these are wild swings and misses, and this is where when Ben says at the end of other press conferences, "Give me Sean Porter, give me this." This is where you see that maybe not, regardless of the outcome of this, maybe not just yet. So far I've got it even, but Granados looks the better fighter for now, and this is because, as you know, we were saying earlier, he might get hit and might lose Granados, but he's, like I said, he's been in with the best of the best, as you said as well, and a lot of those he lost to on points.
Yeah, look, that Granados lands a good straight over the top right hand there. Another big swing and miss from the right hand of Conor Benn. Nice right hand from Conor Benn on the way out of a hold there. But, good upper body movement, evading the punches of Adrian Granados there from Conor Benn. That's more like it.
Nice.
Yeah, look. Yeah, he's not as active with his output, but he's a lot more calculated, I think, now, Conor Benn. He's still missing and he's still wild, but he isn't throwing as much, which I think will work in his favour. Yeah,
because going back to that comment earlier about getting gassed, in fights like this, that's what will happen. So, but his movement's good to evade these punches, as you said earlier. That's positive. He's not just looking to stand and trade because he knows maybe he's not the better fighter here. He needs to figure out a different way to do this. It's tense. I'll tell you that much.
It is tense.
I want him to win a lot just because British fighter and just because it is clear he has a lot of hunger and, you know.
Oh, got caught with an uppercut there. And then a lovely little right hook on the inside. Conor Benn now in the corner. Conor Benn turns Granados and another broader slip from Granados. Granados down on the canvas. And you just see Conor Benn. He's just trying to figure out Adrian Granados at the minute. Oh, good over the top right hand from the Destroyer Ben.
Nice.
Another close round, this, whatever you like. Obviously, Ben's still the aggressor, but still all to play for between the two fighters in the last minute. Oh, look at that. He spins around. Do you see that? Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That left, he's missed that left a lot.
I think he needs to wait until he gets into closer proximity before he throws that left now.
Yeah.
Because at the minute,
it seems like he's on the front foot, but to me, he's not controlling the distance. Granados is controlling the distance, but looks like he's the defender, but it's not the case.
Oh! I don't know if that landed. I think he may have just missed, but that was a good, better work from Conor Benn. But then he gets caught all the way back out again. Good counter work from Adrian Granados. Really interesting matchup this. I thought it was going to be slightly more tougher if it goes past the first couple of rounds because we saw the Samuel Vargas fight. Who would you give it to, Tom, because that's another close round in my
If
opinion.
you'd have asked me with a minute left, I would have said Granados, and it was clear to me, in fact, or that would be my sort of humble opinion, as it were.
Yeah.
Maybe Ben for the last minute. In particular, combinations, he looked busy, he hit the cleaner shots, but Granados was in charge for the first half. But if you're asking me unbiased, I'll just give it to Ben, but just because he was dominated in the first half of that round. What about you?
Yeah, I'll give that one. I would give that one to Ben. He just landed the big shots at the end of the round, and I think that's the sort of thing that will catch the judge's eye. But don't get me wrong, Granados performing really well and doing a lot better than people thought he would do. I think.
Yeah, what did I say at the start? Ben late stoppage or on points. I mean, you have to stick by your predictions. You have to admit,
yeah, of course.
I wasn't right on this, or like the previous fight, for example, or I should have known more about this or that. But I'll stick with it. But I'm less confident after this start, even though maybe we've got Ben 2 rounds to 1 up. I'm a little less confident of that, but I'll stick with it. But yeah, he will get dragged deep, which is what we thought at the start. And it will be a bit of a war. This is a tough fight for him.
Granados still looks so young, doesn't he? He's been around for so long, but he still looks so young. Like facially, good right hand over the top, looping right hand from Conor Benn, and now he's coming forward. Just look at the power punch connection rate. He's landed 41% compared to Granados' 33%, which is quite shocking. I thought Granados would have landed more, with a higher percentage.
Power punches as opposed to punches, isn't it?
Yes. Well, when it comes to that sort of thing, what counts as a power punch? That always
exactly.
That always don't really sit right with me. But some people like that, especially the American audiences, love those type of stats.
Yeah. If I was taking these punches, every single punch, a jab would be a power punch if I was taking these. So...
Oh, of course. Of course. Yeah. A little push of the finger from AJ would be a power punch on me.
Yeah.
Looks like Conor's finding his range a bit more. Yeah, I think he's finding his range. Like he's being a little bit more patient. Oh, look at that. That's ferocious. You see that? He pushes him out of the hole, then throws that right hook. I love that from Ben. That is reminiscent of his dad. That's reminiscent of his dad. I love that sort of work. Oh, good right hook. He's finding success with the right hook.
Biting down on that.
Coming in for the body.
For a fighter who hasn't had, or zero amateur pedigree, he is very, very impressive. Whatever happens here tonight. He's boxing smart here, because this is difficult.
Definitely. Look, now he's working off the ropes. He's holding on. Coming. I think he'll tuck in. Look, yeah.
Smart.
Granados trying to tuck in. That is smart. Oh, great body shot. That hurt Granados. I think that hurt Granados there. He kind of held up there. And I agree with you there, Tom. It showed improvement because after a bit of adversity, Conor would have struggled. But he's shown, even early on, he can overcome adversity. We see when he was put down against Kano and then he got the close decision. But then he wanted to avenge that close win. Even though he got the win, he didn't need to, but he wanted to avenge it. And I really like that from Conor Benn, coming in with the body shots. I just think Conor Benn's a great, hungry guy, and you need them in the sport. Good round from Ben. I like that.
Yeah, I agree. I remember that fight. He was all over the place, and I thought, I hope this is not the case of sort of a son from a father who boxed and it doesn't work out for him. Because as we said, like the amount these people sacrifice, so simple just to be online and criticize. It's just something I'd never do to a professional sports person. But yeah, to see him hold there was brilliant. As you said, like as soon as you said it, and then I saw it a second later, I just smiled because if you try and fight your way out of that against a fighter like Granados, you might get caught. But he's working the body a lot more, and like you said, it looked like a shot like hurt him. It felt him a bit. So that's Ben's round to me, clear as well. That's the clearest rounds to me. That's the most 100%.
Milo Foster says, "Is this fight on BT or Sky or something else?" It's on DAZN, the DAZN platform. Courtney Kettle says DAZN. Big J says knockout round 5. We could round 5 next. Let's see if that does come true. Big J, he thinks knockout in the next round.
For who? Ben?
I'm assuming so, judging by round 4. Nice jab coming out there from Granados at the start of
We've
the
been
round.
spoiled with this undercard.
We have. We really have. Oh, great jab. I wonder if there'll be boos for Eddie Hearn tonight.
Eddie.
Oh, Granados looks like he could be a bit hurt there. Nice body shot, but no, he recovers well, Granados.
Biting down, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, Eddie, going back to Eddie, like,
yes,
Eddie was brought up in privilege, fair enough, and things like that, but it's obvious how good he is at his job.
Oh, yeah.
So I understand the boos and that, and it's like pantomime, isn't it? But without him, this sport wouldn't be what the level it's taking it to worldwide, not just Britain.
And that's a great one too. But I think every person who boos Eddie Hearn will ask him for a selfie after. Like, it's one of those things. Like, he's loved, but you boo him for booing sake, because that's just the norm of the boxing society. He just boo.
Pantomime villain, isn't he?
Exactly. Oh, great left hand. Conor Ben over the top right, in close range.
He's really
nice body shot.
Taken charge of this. You know, whether it continues is a different thing, but
Granados moving his head, like he kind of turns his head away like that, and I think that's dangerous because then you're not seeing the next punch coming.
It is now because he's not moving his feet in unison with it. Before he was moving his like cheek and face and hip and leg at the same time, so his whole momentum tape. Now it's just his face,
like
he's
Floyd did.
His feet, but getting caught now a bit more.
Oh, nice left jab landing. Oh, all these punches from Conor being thrown with intent. The power of Conor. Body shots landed 24 compared to 8 in favour of Conor Ben.
Yeah, we said
the latest stat.
He looked to be targeted. Again, the Conor Ben of his first like 10 fights, or maybe not 10, first like 5, 6 fights. Head. Walk into punches. He's smart. He's a lot smarter. The game plan is evident.
Nice over the top right hand from Adrian Granados. Adrian Granados, very game. Oh, just Ben caught off balance there. Granados missing with a left hook. And that is the end of the 5th round. Granados puts his hands up as if to say he won the round. I disagree. I think Conor Ben won that round, Tom.
Yeah, again, to me, that was dominant. To me, at least. To me, that was dominant. The momentum is with him. I know there was a comment about knockout in round 5. I can see why that person commented that. Because to me, he's getting a bit beaten up now. But it's nowhere near finished. So, who knows? But to me, Conor's 4-1 rounds up. What you seeing it? How are you seeing it?
Yeah, I've got 4 rounds to 1 as well on my scorecard. Let us know what you've got in the chat, guys. Smash that like button, smash the subscribe button. Pep Talk UK, road to 20k. Let's get that 20k subscribers as soon as possible. Conor Ben against Adrian Granados. We're heading in to the 6th round. We're at the halfway stage, Tom, because it's only a 10 rounder this one. So, it's going quick. The night is going quick. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, nice. The fights are brilliant. And it's great to see our fighters, as it were, at the moment winning the fight. So, let's hope we can have the same result with Warrington later.
Definitely. I love Josh Warrington. He's one of my favourite fighters to watch. Like that fight against Carl Frampton.
That was an unreal fight.
Unbelievable. I love that fight. He's had some fantastic performances. A lot of people thought that Kid Galahad beat him.
Contentious, wasn't it?
Yeah, I know. Jay, who's not on tonight, but who's usually on. Jay usually always says that he thinks Galahad won that fight. I think Josh narrowly won it. Narrowly. May have just got it, or could have been a draw. But yeah, it's one of those really close fights that probably could have gone either way on the night.
Yeah, Yeah. See the Bellew had up on his scorecard there.
Yeah,
45 up.
Yeah, Belly's give every round to Conor Benn. Personally, I think the second round was to Granados, but we're currently in round 6, and Conor, I can really see that right hand coming more into effect because great four punch combination from Conor Benn. Because what has happened is the way it links together. At the start of the fight, Conor was missing with the left a lot. So if you're missing with the left, you don't get a chance to throw the right. Now, where he's being more precise with the left, now it's giving him opportunity to throw that right, and we know that killer right hand. He smashes that right hook. He smashes the right hook like he smashes it in the gym.
Yeah, you're right. Without the left, like without the setup shot, as it were.
Yeah.
You got nothing. You just swing, you fall off balance. You saw him like pirouette once, like you brought that up, and it's just now. When was the last time he swung and missed a massive left? Like 3-4 rounds ago.
Yeah, exactly. So he's still missing, but it isn't those wild swings because they just look terrible to watch. Like, it makes him look bad. And obviously, you know you're going to be trying to get the big shots with Conor Benn. It does. That's a great point, Tom. It burns so much energy. And people can use that.
Haymakers as well, isn't it? They weren't just like overhead, like right thrown from.
And if you miss that big shot, the fighter can use that energy and use that as leverage to come through with a big. If you're missing with the over the top left, then you're coming back with a massive right hook and using all that energy, turning that on them, and that's more power. And that is the big shots. Very reminiscent of Leo Santa Cruz versus Gervonta Davis when he comes over, misses with the hook, and then Gervonta Davis comes under with the uppercut.
That was brutal. That was a brutal knockout. That's one of the worst knockouts I've seen in a while.
But for me, that one of the worst knockouts.
You don't want him to be hurt in that regard. I mean,
exactly.
That's what I mean. In terms of the shot, unbelievable.
Yeah, brilliant knockout. But that for me frustrated me. I'll be honest. That one frustrated me because Leo Santa Cruz misses with that hook 3 times before Gervonta Davis does it. So he's obviously going to read the shot. He becomes so readable, and I know Leo Santa Cruz is a better boxer than that. So that did frustrate me that night.
Yeah, a lot of the I remember watching that. A lot of the pundits said that he was looking for that sort of underhand uppercut, like almost similar to the Povetkin White one. And a lot of them said he was looking for it. And as you just said, I don't remember the particular 2 or 3 times he tried it, but I remember the commentator saying that. And then, as you said, he got it. He was looking for it. Like he took, because I remember he was so close inside to him. And it goes back to the point earlier. Sometimes you just have to get in a position, whether that's to sacrifice yourself to 1 or 2 shots to get what you want to get, and he got it. Dangerous fighter, Gervonta Davis.
Very dangerous. Very, very dangerous.
And a colourful personal life with the law outside of the ring as well.
Yes, 100%.
Dangerous fighter. I don't want to see British names at the moment linked with Gervonta Davis. Not yet.
No, not yet. Unless that name is Josh Taylor.
Yeah.
Another slip there from Granados.
Josh can't really go as higher than he's going. Oh, he slipped.
Yeah, another slip there from Adrian Granados in round 7 of 10 in this 147 pounds contest, the welterweight division, the stacked welterweight division. We've gone from one stacked division in the lightweight division with all the big guys to another one in the welterweight division.
To me, and it'd be interesting to get your opinion on this. This is the most exciting division, and maybe the most talented in terms of the sweet science of what I like to watch.
For me, you can have the most exciting fighters, but it's whether those fighters fight each other.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Issue,
so,
isn't it?
If they all fought each other, Granados coming forward there, landing some good shots. But for me, if they all come together, without doubt, I think the lightweight division would be the best. If you had Lomachenko, Teofimo Lopez, Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney, and Gervonta Davis, them 5 fighters all fighting each other, it'd be the best division by far.
I like Garcia. Big fan of Ryan Garcia.
Exactly, and I'm a big fan of. I'm a big fan of all of them, but we've discussed it on the on this show. I don't think if all 5 of them fought each other, I don't think any of them fighters would come out undefeated. I think that style-wise, each of them could win and lose certain fights out of there. I don't think there's one that beats every one of them. And if there was going to be one, the only one that potentially do it is if he had the power would be Gervonta Davis. But I personally see Teofimo Lopez potentially getting the better of Gervonta Davis.
Yeah, well, I mean, he really outsmarted Lomachenko. I don't think a lot of people would have seen that coming. I didn't think Lomachenko, no problems, taking, like dance around him and smash him to pieces like everyone else. I didn't think that. But I didn't think, I mean, that was a comfortable win for Lopez. So, but yeah, that is a good decision. Like I said, I'm less knowledgeable about, because obviously I know those fighters that well, and their pedigree, but I might not have thought some of them were in that division.
Yeah, the thing is, though, with obviously Gervonta Davis, he moves up and down the weights, So it does, like, certainly at times get obviously confusing, because a lot of people say that Loma's a natural featherweight, let alone super feather, but he loves to fight at lightweight because the big names are there and the more money's there. But just going back to Ben versus Granados, I think that was a good round from Granados. I don't know about you, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, I was half this and half watching our screen, but it looked like he was busy. Like you said, he came in and caught him a couple of times on the front foot. I don't think I saw enough of that, if I'm honest, to call that. What did you think?
Yeah, I'm the same as you, to be fair, Tom. Obviously, I was watching it and talking, but so I weren't taking it in as much as I should have done. But yeah, I personally, if I was looking at it, I'd probably edge that one to Granados. But we're coming out now for round number 8 of 10.
So what have you got now? You got 6-2?
I've got
5-2?
Yeah, 5-2. I've got 5-2 to Conor Ben. 68-65. Nice jab there from Adrian Granados at the start of round 8. Conor Ben, I love the way he's still like a predator, just trying to walk down his opponent, just getting his feet tangled there, Adrian Granados. But yeah, light on his feet, and I think a good test for anyone, Granados.
He looks as light as he did at the start now. He didn't look that way a couple of rounds ago.
Yeah.
He looks a lot lighter.
Big swing and miss from Conor. But goes back to the body, I think. When Conor's best work is when he goes down the distance, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Big J says Ben ahead by a couple of rounds. Yep, I agree. Sweet Giant Boxing, what round you on? We are in round number 8. But yeah, there you go. Ben coming forward, but nice counter body shot from Adrian Granados. Just moves round to the left, then plants a left body shot in.
He's tricky, isn't he? He's an operator, Granados.
Yeah. Nice jab from Ben.
How have you got this so far, round-wise?
Very close. I think potentially I'll give it to Ben just because I think the output's about the same, but then I'll just give that one to the aggressor because he's just walking down Granados.
Yeah.
So it's still in either's hands there. Like it's one combination away to edge it. Look there, that's good work from Conor Ben. But then good counter 1-2 from Granados, but then misses with the follow-up right hand. Good defence of Conor Ben. And we were talking about Ebony Bridges earlier. We're watching her. That upper body movement that Conor Ben uses is something what Ebony Bridges would need to use herself.
Yes, she got caught a huge amount. But Conor needs to be careful. It's it's like you said, you get in the position. It's just throw sort of five big 6 shots, get caught up in sort of the momentum of the moment, and get caught himself. And Granados doesn't seem
two good straight right hands.
Oh, that's a good shot.
Granados 2 good straight right hands.
Off the ropes.
No, I like that from fighter. I like watching a fighter who likes fighting off the ropes.
Yeah.
Personally, every now and then I enjoy that type of fight. So I'm enjoying this one tonight.
That was a big right, though, as you said, really forced him back.
Yeah, and that leads me to give that round to Ben.
Yeah, that's quite clear to me. Well, maybe a bit more even at the start.
Yeah,
but now I'd give that to Ben just for that last. And it's, as you said, it's the output. If there isn't a huge amount of clean punches being landed, or even just a minimal amount being landed, judges are going to look at who's the aggressor. It's always the way in fights like this. So the fact, as you said, he was sort of hunting him down. He got caught with a couple of counters off the ropes, but he was busier and towards the end landed the cleaner shots to me. It'd be interesting to see what people in the comments think, because there might be people who see the counter punching as more of a strength than sort of Ben swinging and missing on the odd occasion. And so they're giving him a round here or there.
Yeah, definitely. And just see just the replay of that straight right hand, that brilliant 2 shots from Conor. And he's very tough, Granados. Just coming forward for round 9, just pushing out that leading left hand of Adrian Granados. And just see comments. Got John Smith says great performance from Conor Ben. I'm well impressed. I am impressed. He's not had it all his own way tonight, which I like.
This similar to the previous fight. This is so far, one punch changes whatever from on both their parts, but this is another brilliant boxing performance. Not as clean as the previous fight as Maxi Hughes, but in terms of tactics and execution, it's strong. He deserves this win if he can continue this.
Yeah. Obviously, only a 10 round. I'm a bit gutted it's only 10 rounds tonight. I would have loved to see the full 12, but
we'll have to look into that.
Yeah, obviously, we're already spoiled tonight. Obviously, great rounds, great night of boxing. Starting off with Ebony Bridges, who always provides us with great entertainment. Who a lot of people believe she got robbed tonight, and then we had a fantastic performance from Maxi Hughes, punch perfect. And now we're in the mix of Conor Ben versus Adrian Granados. We've next got the undisputed female title fight between Katie Taylor, in my opinion, the greatest to ever put on a pair of gloves in the female divisions, against Jennifer Hahn, a mandatory challenger. Great straight right hands from Conor. And then the main event is Lara versus Warrington to repeat or avenge the Leeds Warrior versus Bronco Lara. Plants in a nice body shot there, Conor.
Commentators say Granados having a good round, but I'm not seeing it like that.
No, I think Conor's having a good round. Personally, I think Conor is just showing that he's there. Look, that's a nice jab. I do agree with the commentators in the fact that the jab is nice from Granados, but I think Ben by far is having the success.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good left hook from Conor.
He needs to watch that swing and miss though, if he wins this and then operates at what's inevitably going to be a higher level or against a higher level fighter, because he'll get caught badly.
Yes. Oh, nice body shot.
He knows what he's doing. I don't know, he knows what he's doing. It might be the case where he can sense something and he's going for a big shot. That was a good body shot.
But he's still learning. Look, Granados puts his hands up there. But
of course,
who would you give that round to, Tom?
Conor,
yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. Adi Odalupu talking to Maxi Hughes, and I've just got to say, what a lovely guy he is. I met him this week. Ade he's a really good guy. Really good guy.
It's good to see people having success in all these fields.
Yeah. And he started from the very bottom, like Maxi Hughes did. Speaking to Maxi Hughes there, the new IBO lightweight champion, after a brilliant performance against Giovanni Straffon. Fantastic. entering the final round of Conor Benn versus Adrian Granados. 5 weeks later than planned, but we're getting it now.
And as you said, talking about the 5 weeks later, to have COVID, even if whatever people's opinion is of that, of the symptoms and things, he would have had symptoms. He might have felt lethargic for a boxer.
Yeah, and we see like Rachel Ball, she hasn't been able to fight.
He just needs to be careful because Granados will. You'd have thought he might go for it a little bit more here. He needs to. Although at the moment he's just sticking around on the outside. I thought he'd go for it a bit more. Maybe he thinks he's closer in, or maybe he's just waiting.
Conor weighing in. That's a great straight right hand. Pushing Granados from the outer ring onto the ropes. That's lovely work from Conor. Oh, great 1-2. Straight down the middle.
That's good boxing, that 1-2.
I think Conor's grown into this fight. Conor, this is fantastic, invaluable experience for Conor Benn. Because don't forget, Conor Benn's still 25 years of age, still a young fighter. And for me, he's got an incredibly high ceiling.
Yeah, this is... You know, as the comment was it John who commented about how impressive this is. I think people who might not know boxing, again, your neutrals or those who just watch those big heavyweight fights, for example, won't know just how impressive he sees this out, just how impressive this is under all the circumstances, who he's fighting and what he was before as a fighter, maybe 2-3 years ago. This is brilliant. It's brilliant to see. First Maxi and now this. He just needs to see it out.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, Tom, but it's just like, certainly from my perspective, like when I first started becoming a hardcore boxing fan was probably the time of Conor Benn making his debut. Because like I'm only, like obviously I'm only like young myself, but like so I loved seeing this like great progression, like following someone grow as a fighter and a man, really.
Yeah. I wish I could say I was like young as well, and I was similar age to Conor, but
no,
I think I'm a year or so younger than Jack though, so I can just about take that.
Take it. You can take that. You can take that easily. Take that,
mate. Your knowledge,
no,
I didn't.
Running
your
around.
Knowledge, it's been like you've been following boxing from when you were like 5 or something.
Loosely been following it since.
What is he doing? What's Granados doing there?
No, he's saying, come on. Look at Conor. He's saying, come on.
Come on.
This is brilliant. This is entertainment. He said, come on. He's got his hands up in the air like this, urging Granados to come forward. And that's the end of the fight. That's a really solid performance from Conor Benn, in my opinion.
You're wrong that he's intense.
He's so intense, this guy. Brilliant. Brilliant. Just a little nod of recognition from the main man, Eddie Hearn. And everyone cheering on. Yeah, no. Fantastic. And I'll just go back to my scorecard there. And I've got it 98-92. 8 rounds to 2.
Yeah, I'm just working those numbers out. Those days of a teacher failed me.
Hey.
Yeah. 8 to 3 to 9 to 2. Yeah, I'd go with that, quite a wide margin, I think. But yeah, as we said, a few of the judges could have seen the counters a little bit differently, but I mean, he caught him hard with a couple of shots there. To me, that's quite a dominant win. Might not look like that at the start, but I'm glad. I think I watched the Jake Paul with you. That was the first time I was on here.
Yeah,
and then we said about the Bridges on points, which I guess I got, and then the last one was just miles out in terms of prediction. So I'm pleased with this in the sense of it was points, late stoppage or points.
No, definitely.
It's nice to have a prediction that just isn't the complete opposite of the previous.
No, and the thing is, right, you could know like every minuscule about boxing, like which like no one does. No one knows everything about boxing, like and you still can't predict all the fights.
Yeah,
you still can't. it's still impossible. But just before the next fight between Katie Taylor and Jennifer Hart, I'm like, we'll just get the decision. Hang on, let's just see. We'll see the decision, and then here we go. Official decision.
Granados thinks he's won, doesn't he? He's quite confident.
Yeah.
I hope he hasn't.
Steve Gray, 100-90, all 10 rounds to bench. 99-91. 97-93.
Yeah, I like those cards. As long as Connor's got it.
I don't think I'll give every round to Granados. No, to Ben, sorry. But
No,
yeah,
I agree.
Ballard, I have no problem with that. Yeah. And great learning experience for Connor. Gets a good solid 10 rounds under his belt and now moves to 19-0. I was just going to say to you, Tom, when did you start getting into boxing? Obviously, we just mentioned about just obviously following Connor, but have you always been a boxing fan, or is it more of a recent thing?
I would have said the start of AJ's career. I went to him in his first fight. Is one of those things where you get a boxing neutral like me at the time, and someone who might not have had as much knowledge about different divisions, different fighters, prediction styles.
Yeah.
Much like we're saying with Bridges in the female game, and then I think from there it propelled a bit more. So for all those big fights, I've always paid for those big fights. Got up at 3 a.m. for the States the last sort of 8 to 10 years. But I would have said I've been over lockdown. I would have said my YouTube recommendations were just boxing, nothing else.
Yeah.
I watched a lot else and music videos or whatever and whatnot, and other sport videos. And it was just, and I watched a lot. There was a lot of spare time. So I sort of am not ashamed to admit that sometimes I would just kind of sit up and watch and just attempted to learn as much as I could about it in terms of styles, in terms of rankings, in terms of just boxing in general. I love watching the gloves are off. I think the analysis is better in boxing to me than any other sport. It's how it's dissected. I like stats. I'm like a stats man. So when they say, well, this person reaches this person reaches this. So I really I know he has his critics at times, as all people will do, but like Tony Bellew in terms of, it's how these people break it down. Paulie Malignaggi is another one. It's just the knowledge and how they transfer it to educate you and to bring you into the sport is something. Adam Smith, like I said, is another one. So yeah, last maybe 3 years, I would have said my knowledge on this is more than your sort of casual fan. But in terms of getting into boxing a lot, maybe 8 to 9 years ago.
Nice. Yeah, no, and obviously tough one, but who's your favourite boxer of all time, Tom?
I'd have to give the boring answer of Floyd.
Yeah, Floyd.
I'd have to give the boring answer of Floyd. I mean, you can go back in time. Boxing is another one where you can compare eras, not in terms of the nutrition and things like that, but in terms of the skill, the style, footwork. You can compare eras, I believe, at least. There might be the people who might not think that, because boxers are, it's just evident they're a lot more looked after now than back then. But still, the boys back then were in unbelievable shape. But just in terms of talking about the sweet science of it, Floyd got hit. You could probably count on 2 hands the amount of times he got hit with clean shots.
Yeah.
And still, even then, I don't think he was ever wobbled. Maybe like a few against De La Hoya, a couple against Maidana, maybe a couple against Marquez, and that's it. And people might have more knowledge in the comments, but that's boxing to me. I like watching Lomachenko just because he makes it look like he's floating on air. So I put Lomachenko up there. But yeah, for me, I know it's sort of a boring answer, but Floyd for me. How about you?
I'm the other way. I'm Manny Pacquiao.
Oh, you're a Pacquiao fan? Yeah. I'm a Pacquiao fan for sure, like what he's achieved. And
I'm a fan of Floyd. Yeah.
No one will do what he did again with the weight division thing. That was insane what he's done.
And as well, it's a I always see, like, when someone says, who's your favourite boxer of all time, I always say, do you want me to tell you who you think's my favourite or the greatest? Because if I'm
that's
saying who I
different.
think
Yeah.
the greatest, then I'll probably have to give it to someone like Floyd. I think Sugar Ray Leonard, Sugar Ray Robinson. The further you go back, obviously Muhammad Ali, you have to put in there. These these big fighters. But then you look at my favourite. Like my favourite, I love Otaro Gatti. Otaro Gatti is one of my all-time favourites. Like whoever watches the channel regularly knows that my favourite fight is Gatti Balls 1. That is like the holy grail
Fighter,
fight.
I presume.
What's that? Sorry.
You've seen the film The Fighter, I presume.
Yeah, The Fighter. Yeah. For me, it's a good film, but it just frustrates me that you have a Mickey Ward film that doesn't feature the Otaro Gatti fight. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
For me, if you're making a Mickey Wall film, you need to have that fight in it, because that fight is just like, for me, the greatest
Hollywood,
fight of all
innit?
time. Yeah,
Hollywood just have to a bit limited in their time, I guess. That was a long old film. That.
yeah, it was.
I agree, but that's just, I think, a case of can't fit as much in as the studios would have liked to. But you're right, it's difficult again for people who might not have known as much about Mickey Ward, his career, and where he came from, and the losses he then took to rise. People might just think his main thing was those trilogies, but wouldn't have known, about the Gassi fights as well. So, but then people can do their own research as well. I'm sure a lot of people looked up who Mickey Ward was after that film.
Oh, 100%. And then would have seen that fight and just been like,
yeah, exactly, yeah,
that.
And then they might have gotten into boxing. It might have, like we were saying about AJ and you saying Conor Benn and things. It might be a film. I'll tell you what, I didn't mind the Ali film, but that opening, the Muhammad Ali version, the Will Smith version, where it was the opening scene and Sam Cooke, who's a soul singer, was singing a song called Bring It On Home to Me, and that opening scene where Ali was training and running. And I was like, I want to go and do that. And then I think I set my alarm for something like 5:30 next morning, and I was like, no, I'm not doing that, man. It's cold outside.
But that just shows the hunger of boxers. That just shows, like,
this is it. They're different animals, these people.
Exactly. And just being announced in the ring now, the undisputed champion, Katie Taylor. How good's Katie Taylor, Tom?
Unreal. What she's done for women's boxing. I don't know how you see this. I still think she, subjective, lost that first Bassoon fight. I don't know if that should have gone in her favour. I don't know what you think about that. Second one was a lot clearer. But in terms of the profile, in terms of her boxing skill, I mean, when we look at Ebony Bridges, and of course, all respect for getting in the ring and just taking punches, like there's no chance, I could ever do that. But the substance and skill level is huge. Even with your marshals, she's on another level. So we're talking about that. I know we said off camera it might not happen for a while, but the Serrano fight is what we want to see. But you were saying about what fight might be announced after this.
I think potentially McCaskill, and I spoke to Katie Taylor about it this week, and she didn't seem to think that fight was. She didn't know, but obviously she would say that. I'd love to see the McCaskill rematch. McCaskill is an undisputed champion of her own right now. You said she's there though, isn't it? You said McCaskill. Yeah, she's there. She was at the. She will be at the fight tonight, and obviously it's great to see the female, the female tournament. That Eddie's announced with Chantel Cameron, McGee, and the other two that names escape me right now. But yeah, to create an undisputed champion, to create which I think is brilliant. Yeah.
Katie hasn't got. Sounds like a disrespectful comment. It isn't, but hasn't got age on her side in terms of now cement. I mean, she already has, her legacy is done. She has that around the world for sure. But I don't think that can be tainted even if she loses a fight or two for what she's done for female sport in general. Like from Bray in Ireland, sort of like a smaller place. It's unbelievable. But in terms of going down as the best ever, like going down as I'm saying, not that she isn't now. She needs a couple of big fights before. But what's she have? 34 now?
35, yeah.
So
Yeah.
time maybe is not on her side as much as it would be for a younger fighter.
Yeah. I don't know. It's one of those things. Just like she's still fresh as a fighter, I believe. So,
I think so,
but
yeah.
it's one of those. It always like it gets me with Canelo. And although he's only 30, but he's been pro since he was 15 or 31 now. But he's been pro. So it will come a time where it will catch up with him. So that it's always waiting for that time where it catches up with you. You mentioned about Pearson Taylor. That was a really. I think the first one on the night, I think I had it a draw.
Mm-hmm.
I think I actually had it a draw. The second one, I think.
I've lost you there for audio, Joe. I think I've got you back.
Sorry, mate. Just that switch AirPod there.
No worries, I've got you. What did you say about the second fight, the Pursuit Taylor second fight?
I just said about the second fight that I still had it really close to Taylor. I think she only won it by like 1-2 round max.
Yeah, it was a tight fight. I remember it was in Matchroom, it was the Garden, wasn't it? I remember thinking 2 or 3, but I remember thinking straight after the fight there won't be as much controversy over this result. Whereas the first one, I remember like Pursuit walking off, like in tears. That was hard to watch because, as you said, like at best the draw, I thought. But this I don't know about this fight. It's, to me, as you said, it might just be a tune-up. Like Hannah's got a fighting background since she was a child, but not a boxing fighting background. So and she's got a couple of losses, I think, on her record. We'll see that in a minute. But so there might be a gap in standard here. But again, it's boxing.
She's a world champion in her own right. In the weight below. But and as well, she's a mandatory, so she's earned her position there. But from what we've seen, Katie Taylor should be the one to come through this. Obviously, we know how good she is.
You'd have thought. I feel like Han's a little bit older.
What's that? Sorry, Tom?
I feel like Han's a little bit older as well.
Cool. I'll have a look. Jennifer Han. Don't know. It just doesn't say here. 1 second. I'll have a look.
So it might not make a difference. Might not. As you said, it depends on the fights that the fighters have had. Because you've got someone like Bernard Hopkins and people like that. Sometimes
she's 38. You was right there, Tom.
Okay.
38. But the round 1 gets underway, and let's see. Can the greatest, in my opinion, keep doing it? She comes forward with straight away double beautiful jab.
That's a good combination.
Lives the life.
That was closer than I thought it would be.
Yeah, the Jonas fight was really good. I really enjoyed the Jonas fight. I think that Jonas is an underrated fighter in my opinion. I think
she doesn't
Jonas.
get much. She's very softly spoken, and you catch her more on the broadcasting side now and again. So maybe people associate her more with that. Her profile isn't as high, but I agree. I think she's a good fighter. I feel like,
and obviously had the really tight decision against Terry Harper, the draw, which a lot of people believe Jonas won. On the night, I actually had 1 round to Harper. I'll be honest. I was in the minority, and I haven't actually watched it back since. So I may be wrong, but
I haven't watched that fight for a while. I'd struggle to remember certain significant moments. What do you think about this so far?
I think Katie doing what Katie does. Katie sizes up her opponents rather like Canelo does, but then she uses that right hand really nice when she comes into close range. She's so fast at shifting from like the head to the body, so she comes up head, body, back to head, like really fast. You wouldn't even notice it. I really enjoy that from Katie Taylor.
Yeah, it's a skill, isn't it? This is what separates her.
Definitely.
The night has gone quick, isn't it? You're right.
Yeah, yeah. So look, well, been live for nearly 3 hours, Tom. 2 hours and 43 minutes. Yeah, it's strange. Some of them go fast, some of them go slow, as I'm sure you'll find out. But yeah, this one's been a really good one. Yeah, Taylor round for me.
Yeah.
Heading, he looks rocking.
It does, doesn't
it? Brilliant. See, going.
There's nothing better to me in sport than seeing a home fighter walk out in front of a home crowd with a particular anthem playing, like Bellew coming out to like Z cars, and there's nothing like it to me. It's like goosebumps.
Oh, tonight will be incredible. Obviously, Josh Warrington marching on together, and then he goes into a right. I cannot wait for that because I love a ring walk. I don't know about you, Tom, but
I like. There were times when I was first getting into boxing a bit more. I would just look up like top ring walks. I always like team,
yeah, I still do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was entertaining.
I love a good ring walk.
Nassim got a lot of love because he was arrogant and that, but he backed it up for the most part. So.
Kate Taylor, the aggressor here in round 2.
Yeah, she hasn't offered much yet, has she? Not yet.
No, not yet. She tries to push out that jab, but she's it's quite predictable in what she does. She puts out that left hand, the right hand as soon as she does it. So she pops it like that, which is a little bit of a robotic style, but maybe it's just the Katie Taylor's movement forcing her to do it. She counters well there, Katie.
Yeah, as you said, she's too quick. She's too quick. She's in and out, so she can't be caught with a jab because, as you said, you can see it coming.
Yeah.
So if you continue missing with the jab, then she steps in at the right moment to throw that right in particular. This is quite. Did you see this being a KO, or did you see this being points win?
You never know with Katie. Personally, I'd lead to the points victory, but you do never know with Katie. But I just love every time she gets into a hold. They hold on. Just watch Katie's work to the body. She throw like 4 speedy punches to the body, and you just can't defend against it. It's beautiful.
Tried a minute ago, but I think none of those punches were clean.
Oh, good right hand from Hahn there as a response to a combination from Katie Taylor. That's the end of the second round. And another Katie Taylor round, Tom?
Yeah, I think so. It's, as you said, it looks to be predictable from her. I mean, we can kind of see it from here. And like I said, I'm not a boxer and we'll get destroyed in one of these rings, but it looks predictable and Taylor is too fast and too skilled. So, yeah. What do you think? What's your analysis? Same or?
Yeah, I think Casey just controlling the fight at the minute. She isn't. I don't think she's found her rhythm yet, which I think she will do. But that's quite often what she does when it isn't a fighter that comes at the rate someone like a Natasha Jonas or Delphine Pearsoon or does. So I think it's so far what you would expect from Katie Taylor.
Yeah, I'd agree. This is what you'd see, like edging her way into it, feeling out the opponent, catching the opponent, fast footwork in and out. Yeah.
Round 3, Katie Taylor in the black and gold, Jennifer Hahn in the white and red. That's a nice, so fast from Katie Taylor. Puts out that jab, nice straight right hand, straight on the chin of Jennifer Hahn. Just at range now, Katie Taylor. Jennifer Hahn throwing, but very often being countered by the class of Katie Taylor.
She's getting caught a lot, isn't she? Here, not with massive shots, but she's getting caught.
Yeah,
like that.
That was a really nice left hand from Katie. And then look, she just, her work in the hold is so effective. You look at Katie, look, she throws, she threw an over the top right hook, then puts it in with a nice little close range screw shot. It's beautiful. And
yeah, a lot of people don't do that in the hold, do they? Amateurs, professionals, or whatever level, whatever weight, they just hold. Obviously, it's exhausting to be in a clinch and hold like that.
Yeah,
but
it's hard to do.
Works within it. Yeah, it is, and she works within it. It's quite unique. That's a big left hand.
Just there. Good judgment of distance. Lovely straight right hand from Katie. Her best round so far. And that's
she's just getting caught far too often. Needs a bit more movement. Yeah. Obviously, because she's behind already and she probably knew this is how it would have gone, she has to be the aggressor, or attempt to be at least. But boxing at distance is out the window now, because first 3 rounds have gone. So
yeah, Courtney Kettle says points win for Katie. I doubt she'll score a knockout. I'm just trying to think the last time Katie did get a knockout.
It's rare for her, actually, isn't it?
Hang on. She's got 6 KOs. Her last knockout was against Rosa Volante back in 2019. That was a TKO. And look, McCaskill here is talking to Adi Adalope. Obviously, hopefully we get to see an announcement of Jessica McCaskill's next fight soon. Katie had a lot of a few knockouts at the start of her career. So the first, third, 5th fights were KOs or TKOs. But yeah, it's obviously slows down when you get to that elite level, because they are only 2 10s, 20 minutes of boxing.
Yeah, and that's not a lot of time to knock someone down 20 minutes.
No, certainly not.
But also, just because you have a low knockout rate doesn't mean you can't finish or you're not a good boxer. Doesn't mean that at all, I don't think. Obviously, the more knockouts you have, it shows you have power and you're dangerous. We saw what happened with Straffon in the sense of the limited thing I saw of him, which was clear that wasn't enough. And you think, okay, he's got power, therefore he might be okay. It just shows how incorrect you can be. The power's not everything. Helps, of course, but
definitely. And Katie coming in and out there, in and out of range, lands the 4, 3, 4, 5 punch combinations, the looping left hands, the little right hooks, and then she's back out again. That is what Katie Taylor does best. She looks so relaxed in there.
Mm-hmm. Footwork slick, like you said, the in and out is perfect.
Oh, a nice jab, Katie. And we're nearly halfway through the fight already. These fights go so quick.
Yeah. Yeah, I think referring to your other point about should they be longer, actually, having watched these and this one and the previous one, I like it like this.
Yeah, I think this is good for a while longer, just to get fans on board, you know what I mean, of the female box, because there's still some fans that aren't fully on board, and then when we do get to a point where it is equal, then move it up. But it isn't for fighters' health or anything like that. I think they should be doing it from a physical and equal standpoint, but I just think it will benefit them in the long run, because it will get to a point where female boxing is more popular.
Yeah, I agree.
We see a lot more wars.
Yeah, you don't want 12-round fights with fighters who've had maybe 2 fights and are fighting for world titles. This has been the case once or twice with, 2-3 years ago, there'd be a fighter who you would have thought, who am I to comment on this? But in the boxing world, hadn't earned their shot at a world title. So as you said, you needed to build, and then let it go of its own accord. So I think you're right with that. I think you'll bring in more fans, that faster and furious pace.
Yes, but then the opposite argument is there could be more knockouts. with 3-minute rounds. So it's that highlight reel, tossing of the coin. You got to weigh it up.
Yeah, that's why I love boxing, because there's so much you can. Like I like a debate. You'll never see me press home an opinion and just have that opinion. You have to be open. But with boxing, in terms of the judging of a score, in terms of style of advice, in terms of prediction, it's brilliant because it's so subjective. So everyone can have an opinion, and I think as long as it's backed up with some sort of facts or knowledge, I think it's brilliant.
Yeah, definitely, and that's why. Obviously, you saw Tom last week. Me and Jay having a debate about numerous debates about.
I just left you boys to that. That's not me.
Exactly. But yeah, I'm sure you'll see it. I'm sure you'll get involved in debates in the future when Kenny Ken comes on. He loves the debate. He absolutely loves the debate. Usually it's Kenny Ken and Jay. I'll be honest. They are usually the two debaters. But last week I got brought into a debate myself. So yeah. So
it was a good. That was just about how gassed Jake Paul might have been of all the things he could have spoken about in the fight. The millions of little intricacies of boxing, and that was just one little facet of it that you boys could speak about. That's why I think it's so good. There's so much to this sport that you can discuss.
Yeah, exactly. Like probably that one, because there just weren't much to talk about that fight. But it's kind of something where you're talking about gassing, but that's a good shot by Jennifer Hahn, in all fairness, in round 5 of 10 in this championship fight between Katie Taylor and Jennifer Hahn, but Katie Taylor by far having the most success so far.
Yeah, at the moment I give her all 5, but it follows a similar pattern. I think, again, a lot of people who might be boxing neutrals might hear the name and just think, I'm going to watch this until knock the opponent out, but those who know, like the person who commented about on points, know that maybe this is how Taylor fights tend to go a little bit more.
Yeah, look, Courtney Kettle says, I like Katie Taylor, but skill-wise, Savannah Marshall is a cut above. Wow, that's interesting. What do you think on that, Tom?
Savannah looks like a cleaner fighter to me, but Katie has the better resume at the moment, so we have to test that out when Savannah fights upper level. But in terms of like her reach, her range, her jab, I like Savannah. I think she's awesome. But like I said, I'd never just hammer home the opinion that I'm right. I like that opinion because Savannah, same as Eddie Scotney, I think Eddie will go far.
Yeah.
But right now, I don't know. But yeah, for sure, she's a hugely skilled fighter, and I hope she fulfills her potential, Savannah Marshall.
Definitely, but the thing is,
Eddie, a lot of it is some of it, much like AJ earlier on, is about the person as opposed to the fighter, which is what I found sometimes.
And it's the depth in the weight division. Because Katie's been lucky that she's had the great fights. In the Savannah Marshall case, the only really the big fight that everyone wants is the Claressa Shields fight. So if that fight happens, then that's when we can start talking about it in higher regards. But at the minute for me, Katie is the best.
Was that right?
Yeah, Savannah's the only person to ever beat Claressa in amateurs.
That's right.
In the amateurs,
right. Yeah.
So there is still spite there, and there's obviously that big narrative. And Claressa and Savannah have just signed to Sky. Hopefully early next year that fight can be made.
Yeah. I still want to see, I know we haven't mentioned it much tonight, I want to see, in terms of, women's boxing is hugely on the map, even to people who don't like boxing, is the Serrano fight.
Yeah.
But let's get through McCaskill first, or whoever wins that, at least, go and then fight Amanda Serrano after that. But this is a game fight. Jennifer
Hahn is a game opponent, good opponent. But just Katie Taylor for me, just outworking her, just landing the better punches, landing the cleaner shots, and doing really well so far. Look, Bobby Evans says this was a hard time for Hahn to fight. She just had a second kid and then lost nearly 70 pounds to be able to fight. This is also a weight class, also upper weight class for her. Yeah. But it's your opportunity to greatness against the best So you've got to take it.
She's been confident all week. I don't know if you've encountered her this week, but she looked to have been confident and calm all week. But that's a very good point. Like we don't know as males what having a child does. She's had 2 and just had 1.
Yeah,
what it takes out of women to then be in this sport. So I think that's a great point made. But I also agree that if she turned that down now at the age of 38, she's not getting another chance. So I agree with both points. Yeah, you have to take that into account. But still, as a boxer, she's being outclassed.
Yes. Look, we see Josh Warrington on the pads. Yeah, it's going to be big tonight. He looked intense at the weigh-in yesterday. He was calm all week, in all fairness. Apart from that weigh-in, obviously. I'm so interested in this fight because obviously I love Josh Warrington, but he did get beat up last time out.
It was a bad
Lara.
beating as well. It was a bad beating. You don't want that to happen again. For his career, he doesn't want that to happen again. That if he loses in the same manner, and again, who am I to comment? Like, I'm telling him you need to do this. Like again, he sacrificed his life each time he's in the ring, but that's a career-ending fight if he lost in the same manner to me.
Yeah,
others might disagree and think he could come back, but who knows? I'm sure he'll fight a little different because he knows the power this time. We can discuss that after this fight, what we think and what people in the comments think. It's good left.
Round 7, Katie Taylor versus Jennifer Hahn, and Katie Taylor's doing what Katie Taylor does at the minute, and she hasn't been dragged into a fight. Katie Taylor. She just stuck to her boxing in and out of range, the combination throwing. Obviously, Katie, it shows when she's a class above, and that just is testament to Natasha Jonas for making it a close fight and shows how good, in my opinion, Natasha Jonas is.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of people wrote Natasha off early, so I agree with that. That was a lot closer than I think a lot of people thought.
And a rematch has been spoken about.
Yeah. I feel like Hahn's done better as it's grown. But still...
she's holding on a bit now, as we see, though.
Yeah.
That's the one frustrating thing. Katie, obviously, her judgment at distance is fantastic. She's so calculated with her shots. Throws the left hand there.
She's just so fast.
Nice jab, though, from Jennifer Hahn.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good left. Good footwork. You see, like, left and then move around to the side. It's smart. It's such a craft to be able to do this.
Definitely. And we'll just get to some comments. Ant B, yes, on paper, looked like an easy mandatory for Katie. Peter Allen, Warrington will go out and destroy him tonight. Ant B, Warrington will be 50% better than last time, especially in front of the leads. Support. Xavier Mosquedo says, Eddie paid off Lara tonight for sure. And the judges, Ant B, Lara still dangerous though. Starfox McLeod 1-2-2-3 said, I hope he doesn't run like AJ, I'm assuming, when he just boxed and moved against Andy Ruiz. Will you be disappointed if he just boxes and moves, or will you just be happy that he gets the job done?
It's a tough one, isn't it? I think for boxing entertainment purposes, like Starfox McLeod 2-1-3, you don't want him to run around the ring. But if he trades on the insides, he might not win. He might not get to the end of the fight based on what we saw last time. But I also agree with the point about the crowds could make a big difference. But I'd like to see him box on the outsides. I'd like to see him how Maxi Hughes boxed. That's how I'd like to see. Inside at the right times, outside for the first 2 or 3 rounds at least. Because if he gets caught, I mean, Lara was, you were saying about you saw him at the hotel practicing. And the sound that the bag that was making, just the sheer power that he had, and we've seen that power, of course. So
Definitely.
But again,
DJ Montez needs to use straight punches. Jab, overhand right, doesn't stand in the pocket. Yeah, he can't stand in front of him like he did and can't just be gung-ho, but that's just going to be boxing smart tonight, which I think he will use.
He'll know he has to. There's no way he's going to come out like, well, I don't think so at least, like the Frampton fight. He can't do that. Otherwise, he will get knocked out in the first 2 rounds. But if he we'll see that, I'm sure. I'm sure everyone in the comments and that will see and know. First few rounds, he'll box smart.
Yeah, we're in round 8 of 10 for Katie Taylor versus Jennifer Hahn. Great, good left hand landed by Katie Taylor. Oh, that's a good straight right as well. Combination punches. Oh, and knocks down.
Oh, wow.
Jennifer Hahn. Is it a count?
Oh,
She's saying it's a slip. But the ref has ruled it a count. She disagreed with that and said it was a slip. For me, it looked like it was a knockdown.
Some of those short lefts or rights, whatever, some of those shorter punches, like the one that Errol Spence made a Sean Porter touchdown on, sometimes they're the most powerful and effective. We'll have to see that again. Yeah, definitely. I'd like to see that again, whether it was...
Yeah, it was just caught her off balance. But if it's a clear shot that does it, it has to be ruled a knockdown.
Yeah. Just not in the traditional sense of the word, maybe. Oh, wow.
Yeah, Addy. Yep, and that's the other eye, I think. The other eye to what it was against Courtney. So, just for anybody who's not watching, Ade is speaking to Ebony Bridges, who got the decision against Gangloff earlier on, controversially as well, and she has got a big swelling over her right eye. What we got? MH says, I think Matey Boy has got a point. Hahn has blew her shot, taking the fight too early after giving birth. Hope she bounces back and gets another shot. But tonight, Katie is unbeatable. And B, Xavier, Lara is not a man who will give his title up easily. In the UK, bookies have Lara at even money, so we're expecting him to win as much as Warrington. I think Lara wins again, Fendi. And B, and Dan, who cares? Warrington will get dragged into a fight in front of his fans. Fendi, I've got Lara by TKO. That is a very good point.
Very good point.
DJ1 Warrington, unanimous decision for me. ... I hope. But we are currently in round 9 of Taylor Hahn, so we've only got 2 more rounds until the main event. What a fight it's going to be. I cannot wait. Repeat or revenge. Maurice Bronco Lara versus Josh, the Leeds Warrior, Warrington. Headingley, the Emerald Stadium, Headingley, in front of 20,000 Leeds fans. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, and Katie would have built this up because obviously she's used to headlining the odd show or 2 now. Yeah, she should be. So this crowd is ready. I think. How have you got this in 8 rounds?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I haven't been scoring this one throughout, but I just think Katie Taylor's class has just won most rounds, if not all rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that little spell there, those little combinations of right, left, then come back out. I mean, that's been happening every 15 seconds of every round.
Yes. Just constantly doing that.
Is a lot more marked up now.
Definitely.
But she's tough. Like, it's all about having the kids and then coming back and taking on the at least in a division, the greatest female fighter. It's brave. It's real tough. Got credit for that.
Yeah, and she's landed shots as well, and just like to imagine that's the end of round 9. But imagine saying in years to come, I thought Katie Taylor will no doubtedly go down as one of the greatest. What a story as well. That you've got to take your opportunity, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree. And there's been cases where that's happened in the past. I can't see off the top of my head, but where pundits and those who analyze boxing in particular, where they say, well, the chance was there. It's like Lara. Lara's there. Lara didn't have to fight that at 22 years old at the time, or even 21 at the time, maybe 22. He did not have to take that fight against an unbeaten fighter of 30 fights and world champion. But he obviously had the confidence, thought, right, well, it's my time. It's like Conor Benn. Conor Benn didn't have to take that fight. So that was a tough fight. And he took it. So, yeah, I agree. Like I said, we don't know what having a child does to someone. Like, obviously, the amount of time she just couldn't train. The diet would have been all over the place. But,
yeah, obviously got to get the weight off.
Yeah, exactly. Like making weight in boxing looks so difficult. But just in terms of boxing skill, she still looks a level below to me.
1 or 2 levels below. But that is understandable against obviously the best in Katie Taylor.
Exactly. Yeah. Because if this was against Ebony Bridges or whatever, the hand might have won that fight.
Yeah, like I wouldn't be,
or at least be even.
Like I wouldn't mind being 1 or 2 levels behind the greatest of a sport. Do you know what I mean, Tom? Like, you're still elite. Oh, and look at that. She still puts in a lovely body shot, Jennifer Hahn. So she's still there. She's still there, coming forward, aggressing against Katie. But Katie Taylor just too good for her.
Imagine like if this was your mum. And after just getting back from doing this, like how proud you would be of her, like when her kids grow up and like
pretty badass.
Yeah, kids are gonna be tough. That's what we need. We need more tough people in the world. In that generation,
people who just keep coming.
More resilience. Yeah,
resilience. That's a great word, Tom. Resilience.
Mate, I'm still teaching in a school, just not academics. I'm more sport, and I say I'm in a girls' school in East London, and it's a big hit. And I just say to them, like, resilience has disappeared. We're going to get it back.
Yeah.
That's back of the head, wasn't it?
20 seconds left of the fight now. It's been a fantastic performance from Katie Taylor against Jennifer Hahn, who has kept coming. Oh, that's a great left uppercut into a right hook that rocks Jennifer Hahn. That is clean on the chin. But the fight is about to be called as over, and we're just waiting. And that is your lot. 10 rounds completed. Katie Taylor raises her hand. Tom, it's just a formality, and Katie Taylor gets a unanimous decision, I'm assuming.
Yeah, to me, it's got to be 190. I would have said.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have added more to that. Like I said, the comments I just made about how much credit you have to give to Jennifer Hahn. But just those last 2 shots were a bit of a summation of what just happened, that sort of right, left that rocked her. So, yeah, I can't see how it wouldn't be 190 for all 3, but you never know with boxing. How about you? See it the same, or you think Hahn might rounds? Or?
She may have stolen a couple rounds here and there, but I would have probably gave it 100 to 90 in favour of Katie Taylor. MH says
might go more than that, because if that's all as a knockdown, isn't it?
Oh yes, of course. So it'll be 189. Yes. So MH says hard sparring session for Taylor. Katie Taylor has an ease. Has an ease. Never has an ease. I don't know really what that means. Who cares? I'm not good with shortened text. But at B, all 10 rounds to Taylor. Easiest fight for a while. Yeah, I could possibly say it was her easiest fight for a while.
Yeah. The hard spar comment was a good comment.
Yeah.
That's how you could see it as, I think. That's how best it could be described.
But guys, next up, make sure you like, share and subscribe. It is the main event time. It is Josh Warrington versus Mauricio Lara. I cannot wait for this. This is going to be repeat revenge number 2. Can Josh Warrington, the previously undefeated fighter, former world champion, he never lost the title in the ring. Can he get it back? Can he get that win back under his record? Can he avenge his sole defeat against Mauricio Lara? And we go to the judges now for Katie Taylor.
Heavenly Stadium at Leeds, England. We go to the judges' scorecards.
Phil Edwards. All 3 judges. 100 to 89. All 3 judges. Yeah. Yeah, great reception for Katie, as it should be. As it should be. So Katie Taylor gets the unanimous decision there. Let us know what you think. Do you agree? Abby says all 10 rounds to Taylor. Yep, easiest fight for a while. G-Shot says Warrington fighting in Leeds. He's only coming forward. Maybe a surprise TKO early for Warrington. We'll see. But he only come forward in his last fight, and we saw how that ended up for Josh Warrington. So if you was Josh Warrington, Tom, how would you go about this fight tonight?
Don't come forward at the start.
Yeah.
I would have said, again, he'll know what he's doing and he knows his game plan, and you know, he's been in the sport for X amount of years. But as you said, I remember watching it, and I remember in the second round thinking he's felt a couple of punches there. I just think he needs to box smart. And if people were with us on the Maxi Hughes fight or caught the Maxi Hughes fight, that was perfect. If he can do that, you feel like he might be able to win and not let Lara get near him. But I think that's also, you know, G-Shots is saying about his fighting in Leeds. It's that emotion, it's that home crowd. They're going to roar him forward. They're not going to want to see him run around the ring. And he will know that. But I would rather he didn't get caught up in the emotion, because, like I said, that last fight wasn't just an odd punch. It was a beating. And I don't want to see that happen.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think he needs to do first few rounds at least? If it
lasts, I think he needs to. I think he needs to stay on the outside. He needs to use his jab. I think he needs to cut in with the right hand as well, though, because I think he needs to earn Lara's respect. Because at the minute, Lara isn't really respecting him. I don't think. I think Lara saw that as an easy fight. Lara's. Understandably, everyone wrote him off. I think he feels slightly disrespected by the UK fight fans, and he's going to want to make a statement. So I think Josh needs to, whilst box smartly, he needs to gain Lara's respect early. Otherwise, it could be a tough night for Josh.
Yeah, I agree. It's a very good point, because he says it seemed like it was an easy fight for him.
Yeah,
he made him look like an amateur. There are fighters that would retire off that. It was real bad. But yeah, I think you're right.
So, do you commend Josh, Tom, for taking the rematch straight away?
Of course. If I got beaten up by someone and then walked straight back in again, like even just out on the street or something, you'd have to commend me, because it's so brave. Because, you know, he's got, like, he's talking about how nice a person he is and things like that. And I've seen documentaries, and he's got his two, like, little girls, and this is a family man. Risking his life tonight. So is Lara risking his life as well. It's boxing, and yeah, he has to be commended, because, as we said, he got beaten up. That was a bruising fight to be in, and he's a proud fighter. He wants that title back, and doing it in front of his own fans. So yeah, 100%. I can't give him enough credit. I just hope it isn't misplaced for him. It isn't misplaced enthusiasm, because, like we said, I don't know what you think about this. I think if he loses, and it's just as damaging. You know, again, who am I to comment, but for his health, I think that would be it. I don't know what you think if he lost.
Yeah, it'd be a tough road back for him if he lost tonight. And it'd be hard, because he'd have to start from the bottom. He'd probably move up in weight division, I think, as a fresh start. And it would be incredibly hard for Josh mentally, and because I think financially he's already in a comfortable position. So it's a question of hunger. It's a question, can you? Because he's never said he's always said he wants to get out of the sport quick and keep his faculties intact. So it's going to be a tough one tonight, and I just hope Josh can do it and bring it home for them Leeds fans. And we're here in Sweet Carolina, and I'm turning it up. Just for the 20,000 fans.
I don't like it when they sing it and they do the so good, so good, so good in between. I like it when it's just Sweet Carolina, dun dun dun, and then like a gap, you know, and then between the gap they go, feels so good.
Oh really?
So good. Like
yeah, I'm a so gooder. I'm a so gooder, Tom. I've got to be honest. Let us know in the comments.
I get caught up in it, but Yeah, I think people in the comments would be more on your side because it is just that anthem now. But I'll let you listen to it. But yeah, it's an anthem regardless.
Touching me, touching you. Oh, look at the Leeds fans. What brilliant, brilliant. This is goosebumps, and that is what we love. Why we love the sport. We'll get some of the fans' comments. I reckon he'll catch him coming if his timing is on point. Fendi. If Warrington wins by decision, he doesn't get power, but I'm backing Lara to get the job done. Very 50-50. Lara was very basic last time. He gave him the win. That's a good point. Exactly. Josh needs to go get some respect on 100% G shot. Big J, Warrington on points. Who cares? Warrington might be too proud for his own good. That's a good point. Coogan's wobbly legs. My old amateur trainer would get me to wind up people who want to prove a point as it makes them feel embarrassed. I think Katie Taylor should face a T-Rex. I'm trying to think, is that a fighter? Is that a name of a fighter?
I was wondering that, or was this...
Is it Clarissa? It isn't Clarissa. It isn't Clarissa. No, but I'm not sure.
It might be a
so
nickname,
good, so good, so good.
G shots. He's with you. He's with you on this.
Yeah, hang on, we're it. Yeah, we hear that. So good.
Yeah, I just heard it. I had to mute it. Is that Gary McAllister?
I didn't see it. I did not.
Gary McAllister.
Oh, what a ring walk this is going to be. I cannot wait. I know Jay's going to be gutted he missed this because I know he loves the ring walk. He's gutted he can't be with us tonight.
I'm going to crank this one up as well, and then I'll turn it right down when it starts.
Yeah, that's what I'll be doing. Good. Great to see Michael Buffer as well. First time back in the UK since COVID. Brilliant. Always great to see Michael. Here we go. Marching on together, are you ready? He knows to get them going. The legend that is Michael Buffer. Yeah, T-Rex is Clarissa Shields' nickname. I thought so. T-Rex too big for... Yeah. Too big for... Obviously, she's thought of a middleweight, super middleweight. Katie Taylor's a lightweight. Here we go. Here we go. Josh Warrington about to make his ring walk back to his home fans of Leeds to try and get redemption over at Mauricio Ronco Lara.
What are you saying then, Joe?
It's going to be close. I don't know. I think if Warrington can stick to a clear game plan, he can win. But we don't know because Lara was also got this on short list, so he might have improved. So it's going to be interesting. DJ on one, Buffer's got a sweet job. Jets in for about 10 minutes of work.
Yeah, you know how much hundreds of millions Michael Buffer is worth.
Yep, but that's just smart copywriting. Wow, look at that lighting.
Oh, that's awesome. I think that with Fight Night, it might have been Fight Night game, like when he sold the rights to say, let's get ready to rumble to certain franchises. Obviously, he still has it.
Yeah.
I think he made hundreds of millions just off that, just to have that in the game in his likeness. It's incredible.
Local hero,
but,
Josh Warrington, who won the world featherweight title on a deafening, unforgettable
Definitely.
night a few miles from here at Ellen Road. And now looks set to start on another one of these special nights.
There we go. Marching on together. I'll turn it up properly then.
Thank you.
The Leeds theme tune, the Leeds song, the Leeds anthem, marching on together. I'm not a Leeds fan, but I can appreciate it for Warrington.
God, imagine seeing all that. All those people are there for you.
Yes, the buzz you must get. And that Leeds. Brilliant. It's not often I'm caught singing a football anthem that isn't I'm Forever Blowing Bubbles, but I will make an exception tonight.
It's my local team now. West Ham.
Who are you? What's your team, Tom?
I'm not going to comment on my team on this because I'll get accused of all sort of glory hunting, which is true. But West Ham's my local now since I moved to East London.
I predict you're right. There we go. Yeah. So you're based in East London, are you, Tom?
Yeah, I work in Stratford now, so I just live in East London. So it's a lot of famous boxing places around here, like York Hall, Bethnal Green, and places like that. So yeah, it's a good place to be if I want to.
Yeah, I'm not too far away from you.
Like that.
I'm not too far away from you. I'm Essex, so I am Hornchurch. So
okay.
Yeah. So I'm obviously about 30 minutes train away into Stratford because I'm a West Ham season ticket holder myself. So
nice.
Yeah, so I'll make that commute into Stratford fairly often. Oh wow! Look at the aesthetic of that. That is brilliant.
Oh wow!
Everyone, all the fans going absolutely crazy. This is brilliant. Yes. Be interesting to see.
To take this in. I'm going to mute myself so that I don't echo, and then when they start,
okay, no problem. No problem, mate. Yeah, of course. Josh Warrington up on the big level, big stage there. He looks iron focused as he comes out in front of his home Leeds fans. You've got the pyro, you've got the fireworks. I predict a riot. The Kaiser Chiefs. This is what he loves. This wasn't COVID. This is proper boxing fans back at the big time venues. Everyone loves it. This is what we live for as boxing fans. And can he just top that off by avenging his shoulder feet? Every night for the past 4 months, he would have been thinking about Mauricio Lara, about that night when he got severely beaten, damaged, injured, broken down, and now he gets his chance to turn it back and get that win. Security taking him into the ring, all the fans screaming his name, marching on together, the Leeds fans tonight, all cheering for the former IBF featherweight champion, Josh Warrington. I cannot wait for this fight. Sean O'Hagan, his father in his corner, kept loyal to him after he suffered a lot of criticism for not pulling him out of the fight. This is a fantastic night for boxing, British boxing, live on the Zone. If you're not watching it, get on this. Watch along tonight. Pep Talk UK. Like, share, and subscribe as we're about to see the entrance of Mauricio Bronco Lara, the heavy-hitting Mexican who came in at short notice in February to badly knock out the former world champion, Josh Warrington. How good was that, Tom?
I didn't catch that bit about the last fight. You mean the walk-on, sorry?
Yeah, the entrance.
It's unreal. It was unreal. Just that this right, just like all you got to do with a crowd like that. He's a big Leeds favourite. He's from Leeds. You put a song on like I Predict a Right that everyone knows.
Yeah,
that's it. Oh, brilliant! Goosebumps. Brilliant. I do like a Mexican one as well. I like all like the trumpets and the like Canelo's one and stuff. I like a Mexican one.
Yes. We've got the trumpets. It's the iconic Mexican style, isn't it, Tom?
Yeah. He's loving life.
Yeah, a lot of booze. Obviously, expectedly, a lot of booze. But I think that is that's to be expected. You know, he knocked out their hero. He knocked out the man that they've paid to watch, the man that they've supported for years, because we all know how much of a ticket seller he is, and we all know how he packs the Leeds stadiums out, Ellen Road, the Leeds Arena, and he's dethroned Warrington. So when you're that invested, you would want to. You're not going to be supporting him, are you?
I think as well, it was the nature of it. It was, I think, if he'd have lost on points, and you're right, you know, I never thought of it like that. When you follow someone, an individual that much from your hometown, and you have that much passion for them, like a football team, but when it's an individual, it's different. You invest so much time and emotion, you realise how much time they sacrifice to make their dreams come true and whatnot. But it was the nature of it. So you can understand the crowd, you know, he was never going to get cheered, but
yeah, of course.
As you said, he's their hometown hero, and he got beaten up. So it's a personal thing for this crowd.
100%. Here we go. We're gonna get a Let's Get Ready to Rumble very, very soon.
I always get tense, like on his video. You know, my heartbeat like starts going, especially when a couple of big punches are thrown in.
Yes.
Like.
And inside the ring in charge of the action.
Steve Gray, ref. We spoke about Steve Gray a lot tonight.
Steve.
Hopefully he does well.
As well.
Yeah, obviously. He's come under a lot of criticism, but apart from last year, like since before last year, I was always a massive Steve Gray fan. I thought he did never come under the cosh, really. He never created attention, because the best judges and the best referees are the ones that you don't even know their names, because you haven't got to know their names. You don't need to find out their names to complain about them most of the time. That's again in football. So
yeah, like we all know Mike Dean.
You took the words out of my mouth. Look, exactly. Mike Dean, because it's about the ref wanting to be the stars, and obviously Steve Gray's experienced referee, and it's just not gone his way recently. But we'll see, and hopefully tonight he'll have a good ref, because he'll do a good job. Because you can imagine, can't you, if the outcries either way, if he stops it early for Lara, and then all the Leeds fans, or the other way, if he stops it early for Warrington, and then everyone says, "Oh, what a fix!" Then Eddie Hearn gets all the backlash from it. So let's just hopefully get a nice, fair, solid fight, and we'll see. We'll see the right.
We've got the
look at him, he's pumped.
Isn't it? We're showing after, so we might be like soon off after the fight, because we've got permission, isn't it? Is that right?
Yes, stay on for on the live after the fight tonight. We're going to be streaming the post-fight press conference. I think we are. We'll get that to you after the fight. So we'll be talking about it, but then we'll probably get the call to say, look, we've got the post-fight press conference, which I know you will want to see, whatever way it goes. And so that's what we've got tonight for you. But yeah, me and Tom will be commentating for this main event tonight. I cannot wait. We'll be judging, scoring the fight. It's going to be good. It's going to be tough. And these are the nights.
I get my
as boxing
fans.
fans.
Out again for the.
There we go. You get I'll get the app out on the iPad, and these are the nights as boxing fans we live for. Yeah, Tom.
Yeah, 100%. It's just. I was always looking forward to this fight. Also, obviously respecting all the other fighters that come on the undercard. The atmosphere just isn't the same because of the crowd, and that's kind of inevitable. But I've loved all the fights tonight, and would always love to watch a boxing fight. But this is another level in terms of what we want to see and how excited we are about it, for sure.
100%. And look how, Josh saying he couldn't get pumped. He was behind closed doors. He has to get pumped now. He's in front of nearly 20,000 Leeds fans. Yeah. So it's all action for him tonight. Nothing to hide behind. Josh Warrington, let's go. Marching on together, as they say. They're about.
It'll be interesting to see what he does if he is taken by the emotion. You'd have thought that he won't just run in. It'll be interesting to see what he does in the first 2 rounds. I hope he doesn't run in.
Ding ding, opening round.
Here we go.
Josh Warrington on the front foot already, which is interesting. He puts out that jab. Double jab, narrowly misses. Oh, good jab into a nice body shot from Mauricio Lara.
compact. He's open in seconds.
Nice jab. Lara coming forward now. Very tense start for both fighters. Very different to the first fight between the two.
I feel like this is the right move by Josh, though.
Yeah, Josh holding on.
Get the crowd on side with maybe a couple of hits, but for the most part, just stick like to the outside for now. Never know though. Like a couple of people saying in the comments, catch him and it could be done. You just never know. Home crowd and all that.
Oh, Josh coming forward now. Oh, lands him a good left hand.
Wow.
Which cracks the head back of Mauricio Lara. This is what we want to see from the Leeds Warrior.
Good chin on him. Didn't seem to bother him.
Coming into the engage. They both land punches there. It's a good, solid, even first round from the two. Good leading left hand from the Leeds Warrior, Josh Warrington.
Lara's got through that.
It's going to be a physical fight. He certainly has. Good right hand from Mauricio Lara.
Yeah, that's what I took notice of last time at the start of this fight. He was getting through the guard. I didn't think that was a good sign.
Yes. Oh, good 1-2 from Lara.
I like the
shot from Lara.
He's fighting like the defending champion.
Yeah, I was just about to say that's great. Yeah, he's fighting like he is the champion, like he is the one who should be there. He's the one that with the W.
Yeah.
Last 10 seconds of the opening round between Mauricio Lara versus Josh Warrington, their second fight in 2021. The first ended in a horrible stoppage in favour of Mauricio Lara, and that's the end of the first round. Who would you give that one to, Tom?
It's hard. I thought Warrington had the more eye-catching in the first half of the round.
Yeah.
He got through his guard on 3 or 4 occasions, Lara, with the right, straight right. So, Am was the aggressor.
Yeah.
People in the comments might see it different. It's 50-50. I'd give it to Lara just for the...
I agree. I agree there. I would give it to Lara. In the comment, we've got MH saying he's fighting on the back foot, which is good. DJ and one, Lara, it's so basic. Hooks. Who cares? Warrington doesn't comfortable with Lara's right hand. I picked up on that. DJ and one, Warrington got him with some nice shots. Agreed. And Sergio Perez says Josh looks shaky. But second round now.
Shaky. The round one. I hope not.
Moving round to the right, Josh Warrington kind of edging forward. Josh holds on as Mauricio Lara tries to back up the Leeds man into the corner, holds on and turns him, does well there. Lara slowly but surely is aggressing forward. That's a good 1-2 from Mauricio Lara, but into a beautiful crisp jab from Josh Warrington. That's what he needs to do. Get that crisp jab straight through the middle of the guard.
I've just seen your text, Joe. Do you need me to turn it this way? Because it puts me sideways.
Yeah,
but...
if you can turn it that way. Let's just see. Oh, there you go. That's better. That's beautiful.
Apologies, mate.
Not that it matters. Not that it matters too much. Just looks a little bit better. That's better. But yeah, it don't matter too much. It's about the opinions mostly, of course. Coming forward, Lara. Steve Gray splits it up. Let us know what you think in the comments, guys. Who's getting the better of these early rounds? I think that's a head clash. And Lara complains. Yeah, Lara complains here.
That's hurting.
Yeah, that has hurt Lara. Let's see whether that have an effect on the fight. Head clash. So this could be big because if the fight has to be stopped due to this head clash, then it will go to points. If it's over before 3 rounds, then it will go to a no contest. Oh, that's a good body shot that wobbles. Josh Warrington gets him off balance, certainly tucked under the left hand of Josh Warrington. Fantastic work from Mauricio Lara.
He gets through the defense so well, Lara, whether it's power or timing. It's a bit concerning.
Oh, good jab into that another body shot. He likes that body shot. Lara does. 45 seconds left of round number 2. This is a 12-round contest, this one. That's a good body shot from Warrington. Back with a body shot from Lara. Pushes Warrington back onto the ropes. He bounces off of them. That's 2 body shots, but a good left hand in reply from the lead man. Such a fast pace. Oh, swinging right left hook from Lara.
He needs to watch this trading.
Oh,
yeah, we don't know what Lara's chin's like either.
Lara coming forward. Shaking the head, but another tight round, thoroughly entertaining. Who you got, Tom?
Maybe Warrington. Maybe Warrington snuck that. Maybe they traded a lot. It's like, as you said, like one body shot, then another body shot from another.
Yeah.
Obviously the head button cut is not ideal. Like that's a bad bleed that at the moment.
Yeah.
Maybe I'd just give it just to Warrington. What about you?
You got Warrington. I've just edged it the other way. I've just gone to Lara. But yeah, I've no qualms with you giving it to Warrington at all. We'll see what the chat has got to say. Fatumbi says Lara wins by KO. Who cares? 4th time. Nelson, I called it. Jamie Pugh, good coverage, guys. Nelson, this ain't going the full 12. Peter Allen, not over yet. DJM1, Warrington looking dangerous. Game that eye being looked at by the doctor.
Yeah, this
that's a bad cut.
This could be a major factor.
It could be ruled a no contest, and that would be disastrous. It'd be catastrophic. It's been waved off. It's over. How gutted are you if you're Josh Warrington and Lara? That is a gutting. That's gutting. Never nice to see that we didn't get a resolution to this fight.
I mean, Lara, wasn't Josh's fault. Anyways, obviously he's frustrated, but it wasn't. Head clash happen all the time in boxing.
Is it going to be ruled a no contest? Is it going to be a disqualification? It'll be no contest, surely. A technical draw. Very disappointing. We never got the resolution to it.
That is a real shame.
Anthony B says anticlimax. Yeah. W. Riley says pathetic. MHWTF. It is a WTF worry. Who cares? It's been one tech draw. Big J. Yeah. Disaster. It is accidental head clash after 2 rounds. I did say it could happen. W. Riley's the curse of Hearn. The Headingley fans are not going to be happy. Josh isn't happy. No one wanted this. I'm sure the Headingley fans would have rather a Lara win than that, to be fair. Jay Sharp, British Boxing Sucks. It can't be helped, unfortunately, guys. It cannot be helped. Yeah. Yeah, it's not. It's never nice, but these things cannot be helped, unfortunately.
Yeah, to put the health of the fighter first, of course, that's a bad cut. If that was allowed to continue and then Lara got hurt, Steve's going to come in for criticism. Eddie will come in for criticism. So, yeah, you have to put it first. But I just feel deflated.
Do you think the ref should have stopped that one?
Say again?
Do you think the ref should have stopped it? Do you think he was all right to call it the contest to an end?
Yeah, well, it was more the corner, wasn't it? I think the corner would have made that decision. And then I think the doctor and then obviously Steve must have heard what was going on. Yeah, I think so. That was a bad cut. In terms of putting the health of Lara first, then yeah. But obviously...
Let's just see what Michael's got to say.
Not the outcome we wanted.
Because 4 complete rounds have not been held, the rules say that we must go to a technical draw. Sorry, fans, a round of applause for both fighters.
Boos in Headingley. Eddie Hearn will be gutted.
So Michael Buffer explaining the decision there and the reason for it. Had the fight
I had to go again.
4 rounds, then
Yeah, they will go again.
Before the end of the year, you would have thought or hoped.
Yeah. Hopefully. What a great fight it was up to then. It was really even.
Warming up, wasn't it?
It was warming up to be a great little fight. There was big shots being landed, some great left hooks, beautiful body shots. Yeah, absolutely gutted. Get your reaction in, guys. It would have topped off an excellent night of boxing because so far it was such a great night of boxing. We had Ebony Bridges get that controversial win, but in a really entertaining fight. We had Maxie Hughes, the Cinderella man, Southpaw, in a fantastic victory against Giovanni Straffon. He was punch perfect. He was brilliant. And then we had we had who next? We had Conor Benn. Conor Benn, yeah. Great learning rounds. Brilliant against Adrian Granados. Really good learning rounds. He got the unanimous decision. And then we had Katie Taylor. Katie Taylor looks fantastic as she always does, shows that she is the best against Jennifer Hahn. And this, we saw the brilliant ring walks. We saw the brilliant crowd. We saw 2 brilliant rounds of boxing, and it was cut short, and we don't get a winner. Josh Warrington, that's another stumble in boxing in his career. He's been held at a halt again. He cannot move on for the Bronco Lara. He would be absolutely gutted, as am I, as of all the Headingley fans, as of every British boxing fan. Sometimes this stuff happens. Yeah. It's not great. I've seen it go on. I've seen fights go on with worse cuts. We've seen Tyson Fury carry on, with my opinion, with a much worse cut against Oscar Wallin. So I don't. I'm
he would not have been allowed to have lost that in terms of boxing politics. So I never felt that was going to get called, but that was worse, far worse.
Yeah. Look, right. Well, let's get some of the reactions. We got Mitchell since Amy says Josh stuck his head in 3 or 4 times. Watch it back. He cheated. So should it have been a disqualification for Warrington? Let us know. Peter Allen, if I had Josh to win by KO, it's a no contest. Does it mean it be refunded? I don't know. Peter Allen. I'm not sure how the bookies look on there. And I just want to see what Josh has got to say. He's being interviewed here. I'll report back. He's absolutely gutted.
The sitting section we had when we walked out, all these people have paid their hard-earned money, wanted to see me get redemption tonight.
People pay their hard-earned money to get redemption.
I mean, these things happen, but it's first time it's something as serious as this. And I thought I'd open him up with a punch in the first round, and
he thought he'd opened him up in a punch in the first round.
It's him, and I'm absolutely good, mate.
Interesting.
Absolutely going.
Very early on in the fight to really assess how things were going. But did you feel different than things in the first fight? How did it feel then?
After the first round, I thought fuck me, how did I get beaten first round? How did I get knocked out? You know,
He thinks, how did he get beaten after the first round in the last fight?
To go by, a bit more defensively sound. But yeah, I feel that obviously with this crowd here, I was tempted and eager to get into a bit of a scrap, you know, put in a performance, but that was always going to come at some point.
He said he was tempted to get into a scrap.
Yeah, I feel like I was warming into it, you know.
He said he feels like he's warming into it.
Of how we're going to play the fight, and I think it's show it.
Everyone at home
He didn't get to show it tonight. He's gutted.
Play out. Still wants to see this rematch. Do you still want this?
Listen, I keep on saying it. I mean, the manager Steve Wood and the promoter Eddie Hearn could probably point us in other directions, but I need to get that slate cleared.
He said he needs to get that slate cleared. He wants to fight again.
Get the W over there. I thought it was going to be, especially if they sat down after the first round. I thought this is mine for taking.
He said after the first round he thought it was his for the taking. Just gutted. Just
weeks and weeks of promotion. All these people.
Weeks and weeks of promotion.
Being part of it, and I'm just sorry. I can only apologise, and you know we'll have our redemption eventually.
He said he'll get the redemption eventually.
These fans have travelled everywhere with you. They followed the journey. They supported you from day dot right to them being allowed back in. What is your message to these guys?
Message for the fans.
For the support they've given you.
Like I said, from bottom of my heart, it's like moments. I felt like I could cry then when I went.
He said he feels like he could cry.
Because I'm how disappointed all the crowd would be. I mean, just that walking out to the entrance to give it in. Things like that will live with me till the day I die, you know. And
yeah, we said that. He said the entrance, like the support he gets, they will live with him to the day he dies. We said how good that would feel.
And still turn out with supporters there.
Well, one thing I will say is a positive, Josh. This has been the first night we've had fans back in droves, and it's been fantastic from start. Unfortunately, not quite to finish, but that ring walk was something special. Reminded us that the good times are on the way back. So take that and
yeah, gutted Josh Warrington.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, we'll be back.
He said, "Sorry, we'll be back." Gutted Josh Warrington. Every British boxing fan's gutted. To be fair, every boxing fan who is invested in this fight will be gutted tonight. Yeah, very, very disappointing. But let's get your reaction in, people. I'll go some more. Sergio Perez, it can be helped. Josh is known to headbutt on purpose. And B, stick a plaster on and carry on. The zone customers deserve a refund. Hearn should refund. Not good for Warrington's momentum. No, it's holding Warrington up again, isn't it? He can't move on from Lara. Yeah, it'll be another 6 months probably after that time that cut heals. W. Riley's, that's what you get for when you leave Frank Warren. Jaden, Josh is known to use his head all the time. Jay Sharp, refund us. Josh headbutted him. He fought dirty in the first round. W. Riley, don't mess with Uncle Frank. Yeah, keep your reactions coming in, guys. Lara wasn't too fussed because he remains champion, but he isn't a champion. That is the thing. He hasn't got a belt. He isn't a world champion because Josh vacated his IBF. The IBF that belt is now held by Kid Galahad when he fought Jazz Dickens for the vacant title that Josh Warrington held for so long. But yeah, Tom, what do you make of what do you make of this? What do you make of it? And where does Josh go now?
He just has to get on with the rematch.
Mm.
That's it. That's what the fans will want. It's what the businesses and companies hire out. You know, the Senston stadiums will want. I think if dealing with the reaction, first of all about the refund, I can understand, but the undercard was good enough. I think. Yeah. To have it as £8 a month, but I think the main comments are coming in about Warrington and his head. And I've heard these things in the past. I think his style lends itself to that. There is a lot of accidental headbutts in boxing all the time. And I think I wouldn't defend this so much because obviously like a lot of strong feelings in the comments, a lot of people agreeing about this, but his style does lend himself to kind of just butting with his head, or at least leading with his head once he's fighting in on the inside. Like that Frampton fight, that first round in particular, there could have been about 30 headbutts within that. Whether it's intentional or not is another thing. Does it have more with Warrington than other fighters? It does appear to. Interesting that he thought he caught him with a right that opened up that cut. It'd be interesting to watch that particular shot back, or when the highlights come on in the first round to watch that. We can see what Eddie's saying though, if you want to.
Yeah, let's get Eddie's reaction.
I almost felt that Lara was looking for a way out of the fight.
Look, he said he almost felt Lara was looking for a way out of the fight.
I don't know about that.
Unfortunately, there was no way he continued. Absolutely sick. The atmosphere tonight, the show was so good, and the ring walk was one of the best I've ever seen.
Best ring walk he's ever seen.
But unfortunately, that's never happened to me before like that in a main event, and I'm gutted for Josh. And, people come out tonight. I know they've had a great night, but we really wanted to see that fight unfold because it was building up into a thriller.
Just echoing the words of all of us and every British boxing fan, really.
He just said that I can't believe that he beat me first time round. He said I was taking his shots and Lara can punch, but I couldn't believe that he'd knocked me out, and I felt so good in there, so comfortable.
He said he felt so good in there
as the fight unfolded, but in the second round he just started to hold his feet a little bit more and trade, which is really things that they didn't want him to do in this fight. But he felt comfortable. I thought he looked really fresh.
Eddie Hearn talking now. He said he thinks Warrington looked really fresh.
I really believed he'd win the fight tonight, and I still believe he would have done. But we don't know that now. And one thing is for sure that he has a big future ahead of him still. I'd still love to do that fight again. I think he would love to do that fight because he'd love to wipe the slate clean.
He still wants to do the fight again because he wants to wipe the slate clean.
Lara takes the heel up. I'd like to get Josh Warrington back in the ring.
He says he wants to get Josh back in the ring as soon as possible.
I don't know where that will be, but I don't see, that cut's going to take months to heal. Lara's going to be out for 6 months. I'd like to see Josh back in the ring. If that's possible, we'll do it, and then we'll look to do that third fight would be early next year.
He says he wants Josh to fight as soon as possible, then have the third Lara fight early next year.
So he's out for 6 months with that cut.
Yeah, it will be. I think that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, originally the Kid Galahad fight was a fight that Josh didn't really want to entertain. Kid Galahad went out on his own path.
Yeah, maybe the
Kid Galahad fight. Oh,
yeah.
Does Josh Warrington want to have another go there? Does Kid Galahad even want to give him the opportunity? I don't know. You've talked to him in the studio, but he's in such a brilliant position now, and he's looking for those.
Kid Galahad, do you want to see that fight? Kid Galahad
the options are there. Even
versus Josh Burton, the IBF featherweight world title.
Yeah,
it's a tough fight for Josh. That really tough because I think Galahad's only got better, and he's just so difficult to fight, so tricky. Galahad.
Yeah, well, because he's not a world champion, he doesn't have these mandatories that on paper. Much like Lara beforehand, even though he wasn't mandatory at that time, he doesn't have that now. So
I can't believe that
for his public image, he can't really step down a level Josh now.
Yeah.
Maybe he goes after the world title now, I don't know. And then
maybe Lee Wood. Lee Wood for the WBA regular. That would be a good fight.
Yeah,
if Kanzu don't want a rematch.
Yeah, I think whatever he does, he can't step down. He can't fight someone
he's
not heard of.
Wins the British title, wins the IBO.
Exactly, he can't just have a tune-up.
Yeah.
Beautifully tonight. He really did.
So,
Katie Taylor.
I mean, yeah, maybe it's not a blessing, obviously, but maybe a world title is he'll have a world title by the end of the year. Who knows?
Hopefully. We got. Let's have a look. Prince Teddy says at least it wasn't a pay-per-view. Imagine if it was a pay-per-view and it ended like that. Wow. We got Eddie saying 6 months out. Ha ha ha. He wants rid of Lara. But that, in my opinion, that is 6 months for that to heal properly. Because remember how much worry there was over Tyson Fury, that opening. And that happened in September. And then he fought Wilder in February. So October, November, December, January, February. That's 5 months, and look how worried everyone was.
The thing is with
PW, good job.
I was gonna say it's not even the cut itself. It's more that if he got hit again in a month, that opens up and is then 10 times worse. So it just needs to recover. Feed Warrington to the USA and Mexico.
Yeah. Oh my God. Let's have a look. Third fight can't be a main event. I think it still will be. Tom, still a main event for you?
The interest will be there. Obviously, a lot of people feel deflated after this. There will be people who say Warrington's headbutted on purpose, in particular those who aren't in the UK and more Mexican fans. I see his point. But I think it garners enough interest just about. I mean, if Conor Benn was to fight one of the top welterweights and this fight fell on the same day, I would put Conor first, but I still think on his own.
What do you count as one of the top welterweights then, Tom? Like what caliber of welterweight?
I'd actually like to see him fight Avanisa next.
Oh, that's a tough fight.
That is a tough fight. Or Jesse Vargas, maybe. But that's also a tough fight. But it's maybe the Vargas fight, because I think once you start going into your top 8s, as we were saying earlier with the first 3 rounds when you were just swinging and it was wild with the lefts in particular, you can't do that against the top boys. I mean, when you look at the top boys, he'd have been finished off on like the counter within a couple of rounds, boxing like that, I would have thought. So maybe the Vargas fight, but yeah, talking about Avanisa, like he's a world champ to me. I know he's European holder, but I mean, he destroyed Josh Kelly. There was that fight talking about, wasn't there? Everyone was like Kelly beat Ben at the time, but that was before that loss, and that was another beating. That wasn't just I mean, he was beaten up in that, but I remember Pro put on an interview last week with David Anderson and his manager. And said that Ben doesn't want it. But you never know with things like that.
Yeah, I like the Adrian Broner fight. I really do for Conor Benn.
Broner fight's another one.
Because it sells. It really does sell.
Yeah, because Broner is again, he's colourful, and his standing is not what it was in boxing. So it could be a big fight.
Sergio Perez says, I saw Lara landing the most effective punches again. This fight would have definitely ended in Lara win. Interesting. Because
I agree.
You had it 1-1, didn't you? After the first 2 rounds. And I actually had it 2-0.
To Lara or Warrington?
Yeah,
Lara.
Lara.
To me, it was whenever Josh was here, he backed off. When he traded, he would have had the success, but then Lara's chin was good. He got caught with a couple of shots, Lara, and he just took it. I agree with Sergio Perez. To me, the more powerful punches were coming from Lara. Like I saw that going in the direction that I thought it might at the start. Whether we'll know in a third fight, I don't know. I know Josh was saying that, but that could just be bravado. Maybe he knows a third fight has to be on the horizon at whatever point, and it's just more, oh yeah, I didn't feel he could touch me. But to me, Josh looked, I don't use the word frightened because that's not the right word to use, but reserved. He looked cautious to me. Boxing on back foot. I know that was said earlier, which is probably the smart thing to do, but to me, he looked a bit on edge.
Yeah,
to me, it reminded me, I know it's earlier on, to me, a reminder of how Wilder looked.
What against Fury in their third fight?
Yeah, he just looked a bit wide-eyed to me. He just looked a bit wide-eyed to me. I know he came back with counters and traded an odd time, but to me, just like it looked like he felt the power to me. So I agree with that point, but I guess
I'll slightly disagree there. I do think Lara was landing the most effective shots again, but I think there was scope for Josh to grow into the fight because you could see him.
He caught him.
Yeah, and you could see. I think he was finding it more comfortable with the power as he was coming in.
Yeah.
So I think he was definitely more comfortable and he was more on it than the first fight. So for me, I think it would be very hard to say what would happen next. But who cares? Says he'll not fight Galahad in a million years. Yeah, let us know, guys, if you think Warrington Galahad can be made next. Tom, do you think that'll happen?
I don't know. Like you said, it was tough last time, and he's going to get a little bit of flack for this. He lost before in devastating fashion, so it's tough for him. He's just trained his whole life, like the last few months, and he's got no outcome redemption, as you were saying. It's a tough fight, again, as you're alluding to, as Who Cares knows as well. But he can't afford to step down a level for his career. So I don't know if people in the comments, like, where you think he'll go next if the Galahad fight can't get made, but he has to fight before a 6 to 8 month period before Lara's healed. Like, where can he go? That's not a step down. Or unless he does go a step down just to keep active.
Yeah.
What people think. What do you think?
I don't think that fight will happen. I'll be honest. I just don't think Josh will want that fight. I don't think Kid will want that fight either. I just think they will both want to go their separate ways now. And I think Kid will price himself out of that fight now because he is the world champion. But let us know as well, guys, in the comments, who would win that fight now? Kid Galahad versus Josh Warrington. And Tom, who do you think would win that?
I don't know. Based on last, I know Kid Galahad had come into his own the last few years. He was always a name, and now he's delivered. Yeah, we don't know what that last fight did to Warrington as well. It will be older, it'll be like another few months older, whatever. I don't know. I'd maybe favour Galahad based on current form. Based on current recent form. But
he's just a very tricky fight.
Yeah, it will be. Yeah, like I think with Warrington before, obviously he was so inactive, so that could have played a part. Whereas you're right, like he was coming forward, so yes, he might have felt the power, but not enough to back off 100%. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see that. That'll be Eddie now having to negotiate what's best for him, because this Lara fight needs to happen. But I feel like he needs to have a fight in between that. And if that doesn't go well, then the Lara fight, if it's made, because it's a difficult one, because if they make it, let's say in 4 weeks' time, they make it for May, and in the meantime, schedule Galahad or a tough fight, and he loses, what then happens to that Lara fight? So it's boxing politics, isn't it? And time and patience. Difficult situation for all parties now. It's just a waiting game now.
Yeah, and we'll just go with Galahad didn't do enough to win the fight. Here we go, Prince Teddy, Conor Ben versus Marku.
Marku's
is that a fight that you'd see?
Marku's dangerous. That's a good name to pull out. Marku's dangerous. Marku's dangerous. Yeah, but that would be a good fight.
I think Ben won't want that fight at the minute. I think he sees himself as a level above Marku at this stage, which I can see why. Obviously, he's had more fights. He's fought a higher caliber of opponents. The highest caliber of opponents Marku's fought at the minute is Ryland Shelton, which is significantly lower than the likes of Adrian Granados and Samuel Vargas. But that's obviously no disrespect to Ryland Shelton. That's just levels in boxing at this stage. Marku's also out on the undercard of AA against Usyk, in a really tough fight, actually, against Proden. Really tough fight against one of the Matchroom Italy stable. Avanesian out of Sky Sports October 2nd. Yep. Lara will struggle versus Fleetfoot American style. Get on their bike, typical Mexican.
We saw that earlier with Straffon.
Yeah,
we saw that Hughes was just too light on his feet, so and just sort of outrun him and outworked him. So that's a good point from Jack, because if you're not there to be hit, you're not gonna get hit. You won't feel that power because you're not there to get hit. So
definitely. And Jack says this is interesting. Lee Wood would beat Lara. Who are you picking for that one, Tom? That's a really good fight.
I think I'd just favour Lara just because of what he did to Warrington in the last fight. Like, it wasn't just one punch, it was sustained pressure. He boxed smart in this fight so far, although he was caught a few times. to me still look quite assured. So I think I would just favour Lara in that. But again, like, these are all just opinions, and boxing is so subjective. So could well be that Wood comes out on top. But if you're asking me, then I'd just about pick Lara.
Oh, really? Oh, 'cause it's interesting because you've got the tactical mastermind of Ben Davison behind Lee Wood, and obviously he beat Kanzu. But Lara's, yeah, it'd be very interesting to see how Davison and Lee Wood went about fighting Lara, because obviously, I think he's a lot taller than Lara. Lee Wood is, so I'd be really interested in seeing that fight, definitely.
Yeah, you're right. Ben Davison is. I know he's like coming for criticism in the past in that, he doesn't have that much of boxing background or whatever, but then, he has something. He has analysis and tactics for sure. You can see that. That's why he's worked one of the world's best boxers in the past. So, yeah, it would be interesting. I think Jack Napier's comment was interesting. It's styles make fights, isn't it? So would that be an entertaining fight if Lee Wood used footwork and Lara just went for power? If it was the same as the Straffon and Hughes fight, that would be awesome. Maybe that would be the same pattern. But I'm just a bit fearful of his power. That's why I know, as I said earlier, it's not just about that. And this is why Straffon didn't win earlier and was comprehensively beaten. So, yeah, it would be a good matchup for sure. Because Lara would need to fight as well.
Mm-hmm. I think Lara, whether he wins, lose, or draws the next fight with Warrington, I think Eddie will want to use him again because he's an entertaining fighter with a big name on his record, such as Josh Warrington.
Yeah, I agree.
We've got David Avanesian would be a good opponent for Conor Benn. Yeah, you said that, Tom. Personally, I just think that is a bit too early for Conor.
It's a level up.
David is a beast at the minute.
Yeah, it's interesting with Conor because his resume is now looking good. It's like it's a separate point. It's like Amir Khan. I know Amir gets a lot of criticism, but Amir has maybe the best boxing resume of a British fighter in terms of who he's fought, the weights he's gone up to. He doesn't duck at all. I know we talk about Kell Brook in that, but if you look at who Amir Khan's fought, it's amazing. With Conor, the last two fights he's gone up a level, and he's fought fighters who have fought at world level and beaten them both, one with ease and one which was a good learning experience but comprehensive. So it's, where does he go now? Because Avanesian is European title holder. So if we're saying he doesn't go world, which I agree with you, where does he go in terms of is it another fight where you've got someone who's ranked 20 as a welterweight, or do you start going up to your 15s and 12s and 10s?
Yeah.
What do you think?
What for Conor Benn?
What do you think he should? Do you think he should? You're not too sure about Avanesian. What do you think he should do? Do you think maybe the Jesse Vargas fight, or
I'd heard? Yeah, I like the Broner fight. I really do like the Broner fight because Broner, I think, was lucky to get the decision in his last fight out. And Broner's not the fighter he once was, but he's a massive name. And in the UK, I think that'd sell out the O2.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think that'd be a really good fight night. If you can't get Broner, I heard Guerrero was spoken about, who beat Ortiz on the undercard of Manny Pacquiao versus Ugas.
Okay, cool.
Obviously, that's a seasoned professional. Like, he's been in the game for years. He won a world title. So I've heard about that name. I'm not sure. I don't think that the hype would be built around that fight. I'll be completely honest. I want the Khan fight. I really do want the Khan fight. I think that is just the fight. If obviously it looks like we're getting Khan Brook, but yeah, and we know now Khan Brook. I don't think I'm being out of order, but when I say this, but Khan Brook are at a stage in their career where they are in it for the financial reasons now. And that's why they're looking to make that big fight. So, in my opinion, if they're getting this massive money for this massive fight, why don't you just let the winner fight Conor Benn, and then they'll probably get the same amount of money. The winner of that fight will probably get the same amount of money for fighting Conor Benn because their profile is boosted and it's against Conor Benn than they as well as they got against fighting each other. So that's another payday for them for the winner, and it'll be a great name for Conor Benn. So maybe if you go Conor Benn versus Broner in December, maybe January, or someone of that level, maybe a Guerrero, maybe an Ortiz, not Virgil, Victor.
No.
And then and then a hard fight, a really hard fight, which I wouldn't mind, but it's just under that David Avanesian now is Kavaliauskas. Mean Machine Kavaliauskas. If Conor Benn comes through that, and then in like January we get Brook versus Khan, I think you could potentially maybe do a little stadium fight for the winner of Brook Khan against Conor Benn. If Conor Benn gets a really big win, like in December, like an Adrian Broner, and then the winner of Khan Brook, because that fight will get a lot of traction. We know it ain't as big as it once was, but it's still going to be big.
Yeah, I think if Khan and Brook just battled to a points decision and it wasn't as explosive as we thought it would be, then the winner, there might not be as much clamour for Conor Benn to fight, because that would be a step down for him in that sense. Yeah. But if both of them in their respective fights, let's say this is on the mind of Eddie Hearn and sort of other boxing promoters, if both of them win in an explosive manner, let's say Khan, I'm a bit biased here, but let's say Khan knocked out Brook in 4 rounds and it was massively explosive, and then Benn, whoever he fought, did similar, then you can see that filling out a stadium, 100%. So yeah, something to think about. I think I'm a lot less excited about Khan Brook. Khan has his legacy, Brook has his, to mine. As you said, it's payday, isn't it?
I still want to see it. I've got to be honest, I still really want to see it, because
I want to see it. I'm just less excited. But I'd like to see it.
Yeah, obviously I'm not excited as when it was in. Yeah, I just think that it's not like they're like one of them's still at a high and one of them's like down here now. They're both at the same level, I think. And who do you think wins that one now? I'm guessing from what you just said, you think Khan wins.
I'm just biased because I think Amir gets a lot of criticism.
Oh yeah.
And if you look at who he's fought, I think he deserves a huge amount of respect. Brook as well. I mean, when Khan's lost, it's been as soon as he's punched once, 2 minutes later, if that, the fight's over. Brook has had some real punishing losses. So I feel Khan is fresher. But then it's I hate this whole glass chin thing as well, because if we got hit on the chin, that would be us like done. So, and a lot of the time Khan's been hit like here on the side of the chin or right on the temple. A lot of the time he's taken some big shots that have landed elsewhere, but I guess that's boxing. Both have been so inactive for so long. I couldn't call it, to be honest with you. I would favour Khan, but it would be like 55-45.
Who would you have favoured in their primes? If they were both like in 2015, 2016, who would you have favoured?
It's a good question. Maybe Brook. Maybe because
I agree.
when Amir gets hit, and it is true, like it's kind of like Samuel Vargas hit him and he went down. So maybe Brook. But in terms of the speedier, cleverer boxer, I'm favouring Amir. But in terms of if he got hit, because Brook had some awesome fights in his career against tough opponents, even against Golovkin. I know like it was towel thrown in, but he was doing okay up until that point. And you could argue the same with Amir against Canelo, but maybe in the prime, maybe just Brook. It depends when. If you're talking 2015, maybe Brook. If you're talking like 13, maybe Khan.
Yeah, because Khan's peak was slightly before. That's a great point there. Khan's peak, in my opinion, was slightly pre-Brooks.
The Khan that beat like Maidana, for example,
Yeah.
And even though he was wobbled a little bit, that was a huge win. People don't give him credit enough. Maidana was an awesome fighter, and pushed Floyd a little bit as well.
The only thing is that with that was at a lighter weight, wasn't it? I think the Maidana fight, that wasn't. I'm just checking now. Was that a lightweight or was that a light welter? I'm just obviously because obviously I'll have just a quick look on BoxRec, but also that was super lightweight, so that was light welter, and that is what it would have been made at back in the day, I think.
Okay.
But it will probably be made at now. Well, they were going to fight at 147, so the weight above at welterweight. Now I think it'll be made at a catch weight because Khan will want it at welter, Brook will want it at light middle. So I think there'll be a catch weight, maybe 150, probably made at if it does happen. But that welterweight scene, I wouldn't mind it. Like DJ1 says, look, Brook prior to stabbing, that's a big thing. That was a big. Obviously, he got stabbed, which is played a huge part in his career. Daniel MC said Brook and Khan washed, but should both do a job on Conor Benn. What do you think on that, Tom? Do you think they should both do a job on Conor Benn at this stage?
After that last fight, I don't know, because you might have had people that said about Granados because of the experience and wins that he has and the people he shared the ring with. I feel if Conor caught Amir, that might be a good night for Amir. But in terms of the smarter and in terms of boxing skills, Brook and Khan are better from what we saw tonight. I mean, it's like Conor changed what he needed to change from what we saw, but the first sort of 3-4 rounds, just these wild swings. Like you wouldn't see Khan and Brook doing that. He's a former world champions, but interesting point. I think in a year or two, Daniel might think different, but then that's then. I think they give Conor trouble from what we saw tonight. I think they give him trouble. Whether they do a job in terms of what we saw tonight from Max Hughes, I might differ from Daniel on that. But in terms of boxing skill, I wouldn't have said Conor's near their level yet.
Yeah,
but it's just what he catches them with.
Yeah. I think I probably agree. I think they're really close fights, and obviously the winner will just like catapult. If Conor Bennett will catapult him, it really will.
Yeah.
It really will. I think for the last 10 minutes of live, I think Kenny Ken's going to join us just to give his reactions. I don't think we're going to get the post-fight press conference tonight now, just because of the way things played out. I'm just going to send the link over to you now, Kenny. Just because the way things played out, I think it's going to be carnage in the match room, in the whole arena tonight, and we'll quickly get Kenny's reaction for the last 10 minutes of the show tonight, and just send him the link now. But guys, get your reactions in. The technical draw between Mauricio Lara and Josh Warrington due to a clash of heads in the second round. Big news, and we'll wait for Kenny to join us. But in the meantime, do you think Conor Benn does as good as Kell did against Spence? That's a very good question.
It's a difficult one to answer. Kell did really well against Errol Spence. Like came out with like horrific injuries. Spence is a level above though. It's a tough question.
At this stage, I say no. At this stage,
against who is he asking? Does Conor do as good against Kell Brook?
No, again, I think who does better against Spence? I think Kell or Conor.
Oh, no. Kell.
Yeah,
now,
at this stage, Kell.
It's not even close now. So I see Daniel's point about the whole. Now they do a job on him. You can understand that point. No, Conor Benn would get nowhere near Errol Spence now. Nowhere near.
Yeah. But what I do like about Connor is he's really good at the weight. Obviously, he really fits that welterweight. Look, James Locke says Brooke done at 147. I agree. I do agree. Warren, not if Spence is fit. He beats Ben, but I think he's washed up with the eye injury and put him out versus the Pac-Man. And we've got, for the last 5-10 minutes, to get his opinion with Tom. We've got Kenny Ken in a building, in a suspect place. Kenny, where are you?
Joe, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you,
stuff.
Kenny. Can you hear me?
Of course I can hear you. Yeah, I'm just in the car. I was watching. Don't get me wrong. You know when it comes to football and boxing, I always find a way to watch the fights, man. Always find a way.
Good.
And this was no different. We're in a nice little Italian restaurant in North London, and just on the way home, and and basically what's happened is that in terms of the Conor Ben fight, there are certain things.
Yeah.
In terms of, he was getting caught, but I think what we've got to realise with Cameron Bone, when he goes in forward, there's always a likelihood that he would. He's a sort of fight at the moment where, in order to make ground, he's got to take one. He's got to take one and take a. I'll take a punch so I can throw a combinations. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And I think that's in that fight, Katie Taylor fight. Forget. You know what I mean? That was always a situation which was just too good for a good. But in terms of like the Warrington fight and Lara, very, very, very disappointing.
Gutted. Yeah.
Gutted.
Do you think that fight could have carried on? Do you think Lara could have carried on with that cut, Ken?
No, not at all. You can't, not at all. The way it was positioned, I looked at it and I thought, no way. He wanted to carry on, and sometimes fighters break brave for their own good. But the way it's positioned, right, like the referee had to make a decision, and you know what? They could always, have a third fight because it's a technical draw. They do it again. Yeah, it ain't going to help Warrington that much, but I think, and obviously, in terms of the crowd, they bought a lot of tickets and everything, but. Sometimes fighter safety has to come first. And I've always just kind of been an advocate of that. And obviously, me and Jay have had differences when it comes to things like
Yeah, definitely. I was just telling Tom tonight about you and Jay's debates. I was just telling Tom about it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You know what? I love the sport, right? Yeah. But I love the sport, but fighter safety comes first because in this day and age we're having a lot of controversy because of fighters failing tests and then being allowed to fight even though they failed a test. And in this day, I think on one hand, right? Yeah. You're saying, oh. It's an outrage. If you fail a drugs test, you should be banned, blah, blah. And then on the one hand, we've got a full crowd in Leeds. A fighter's, seriously injured, and we're disappointed because, it's been called up as a clash of heads. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And Ken, a lot of people in the comments section tonight have said that they believe Warrington should have been disqualified for the headbutting. What do you think of that?
I think if it's deliberate, then what will happen is that the way you get disqualified is you do it persistently. Those are the rules. Yeah. If you do it once, but if it's a case of you keep on headbutting and it's persistent fouling, then it's a disqualification. But because it was a case where he's got in for a start, it's a clash of heads. But you could argue, because they're both trying to get on the front foot. Then these things do happen in boxing, but in terms of disqualifying him, the rules are persistent fouling, because what will happen is if he's done it like that, the referee, and if it's deliberate, the ref will give him a warning, take a point off. But if he keeps on doing it, the rules are that you've got to disqualify the fighter.
Yeah, definitely. And did you catch any of the Maxie Hughes fight, Ken?
Hello, mate.
Ken? Can you hear me?
What's that?
Did you catch any of the Maxie Hughes fight, Ken?
Sorry, but I can hear you perfectly now. Yeah.
Cool. Did you catch any of the Hughes fight?
No, those are. I've got the last three major fights. You know, like I said, it's a bit hectic. You know, trying to get a table. You know, add the boxing on. Yeah. So you know, I managed to get like the 3 main fights. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I encourage you to go when you get home or tomorrow morning, watch that because Maxie Hughes boxed absolutely fantastically. He was brilliant tonight. Definitely. Yeah, and like Tom, I'll go on, Ken. Sorry.
No, I'm definitely going to catch it up because you know what it was is that you know, things have been hectic, you know, like family wise, I think. But you know, a good night of boxing. You know, I can't miss a good night of boxing, but because I've got, you know, getting everyone ready and everything, you know, getting in a restaurant, waiting for our time, I managed to. The good thing about it, right, is that the food came late, very late. So I managed to get all of like, I've got all of the Conor Ben fight, got all the Katie Daly fight, and I've got Josh Warrington. So we've got
the whole it's a good job for you, Ken, that it finished early, the Warrington fight. Otherwise, you would have missed it.
Well, yeah. Well, no, I still would have watched it. You know, we all watched it even then. But you know, we
the dedication.
Yeah, I think you know what it was. Is that I watched it and me and the wife went, "Is that it?" I mean, and she was telling me, "Did that really happen?" I said, "Yeah." The referee stopped it. He said, "Huh?" I said, "Yeah, he stopped it. You know, it's an injury. Come on, love. You know, a bad injury like that. You know, because obviously she wants to fight to carry on. You know, because she's a fan and everything." And, you know, she's thinking about the big people spent, you know, good money to actually finally get a live fight. And that happens. But, you know,
I've got people texting me right now as we speak saying, imagine you was in that crowd tonight. You're absolutely gutted. But, Tom,
Sorry, Tom. Yeah.
No, sorry, I was just going to get Tom in. Like, on reflection, are you glad that they stopped that as well, Tom, or just for the sake of
I agree,
fighters?
Ken. Nice to meet you, first of all. It's the first time I've heard a lot about you.
Nice to meet you, Tom, mate.
Nice to meet you, mate.
Nice to meet you, mate. Good to see you.
You got to put the fighter's health first, and that was a bad cut. And he wouldn't have been able to see out of that around later. Just the amount of blood that drips down, in particular where it was. It's just obscure his vision. He gets hit with a massive right because he can't see. Something happens to him. Boxing gets blamed, so it wouldn't be good for the sport. The right decision was made, and I think a lot of people know that due to how severe the cut was. It's just disappointing, isn't it? We all feel a bit deflated because of it, because the undercard was great. This had been built up for a while, and that's not how, you know, as boxing fans and purists, we wanted it to end. But it is what it is, and we look forward ahead to the next fights coming up in September and October.
Definitely. And Kenny, who would you like to see Conor Ben fight next?
You know what? I'm one of those fighters. I just want to sort of him, you know, to learn his trade, you know, a bit. But you know what?
Yeah.
You know, like talking of fights, right? You know, it's funny that there's quite a few good fights out, and you know, like Sky, thankfully, I've made come with a program. You know, they've got Boxer and they've got Top Rank, and you know, like you know, like Sky. I think is it I keep Anunisian. Is he with Boxer? Isn't he?
Yeah, David Avnesian. What happened, Ken, was Ben Shalom, whose promotional company is Boxer, he won the purse bid for Avnesian's fight because that was a mandatory fight for Avnesian's European title.
Yeah. So I think in terms of that, those are sort of. I think Conor Ben. I think right now, if Conor Ben fought with a world title level.
Yeah,
I think what's happened is I will take one punch in order to get a combination. I think against really, really good fighter, he's going to come unstuck. You know, you know what I mean? And that is a serious like concern for me. To extend that, if say he was to fight Sean Porter, obviously Sean Porter's fighting Crawford for the world title. I believe it's now been put back again.
I saw that because they're trying to get a deal together.
Yeah, but even so, I think Sean Porter would just think, will think all his Christmas will come at once, because if you go in and thinking, right, because there were times when, like Grandano caught him well, but, it was like a single punch. You would think someone like Sean Porter will make that punch count. And I think that's why I want him to learn his trade a bit, because I want more head movement. You know what I mean? It's all well and good being able to take a punch, but Dave, the art of fighting is not getting hit. You know what I mean?
Hit and not get hit. We got Adam Hughes says, first time on this channel. Cheers, Adam. How do you think Hughie Fury would deal with Babbage? Tom, I'll ask you that one. How do you think Hughie Fury would deal with Babbage?
I don't know about Hughie. He's there's all this chat about him.
Yeah.
And I just feel like he hasn't lived up to it. Not that he hasn't tried, of course. Babbage is a bit of a monster to me. I think Babbage would win that. Just from a first reaction being asked that.
And Kenny, who do you think? Fury or Babbage? Hughie Fury or Babbage?
See, that's the thing. I agree with Tom. I think you look at Hughie Fury and you think, he's fought at the highest level. Obviously, I'm not saying Babbage is high level, but if you look at Hughie Fury, he's fought Pulev, he's fought Povetkin, and he's been found short at the top level. And you look at Hughie Fury, and you think, even though he's still a good age, got good experience, is he like, how do I say it? Is he a shot fighter? I think if he fought Babbage, it'll be a good indicator whether Hughie Fury's still got it at the top level. But I think Babbage is up and coming. He will come forward, and he's another one. Why I have slight concerns. I'll take one hard shot in order to get a combination in. So it'd be a very good situation. One thing I think Hughie Fury, surely he'll be using his size and his reach. I think
he's a big old boy.
It'd be actually stupid if he went and walked toe to toe with this guy, because that's what this guy wants. Because I still think Hughie Fury, he's got skills, but is he a shot fighter?
Yeah, that's a good point. Obviously, he's headlining against Christian Harmer in Newcastle on Sky Sports to finish up tonight. Thank you, the dedication from Kenny Ken, for joining us from the restaurant. He's been and joining us for just 10 minutes.
You too, mate.
We'll do a show soon, mate.
Yeah, definitely. Sure. And Tom, it's been absolutely fantastic joining us for the whole night. But I'll ask you both. I'll start with you, Kenny. Who was your top performer tonight at the three fights you saw?
Obviously, from what I saw, it's got to be Katie Taylor, because it's, in terms of what she produced. Yeah. But I've got to watch the Hughes fight again, isn't it? Yeah, definitely. And Tom, I'll ask you the same question. Who you got?
Maxie Hughes was unreal. Ken, when you watch it and how smart he was, you'll be taken aback at how good he was. It was unreal.
And he could have knocked him out as well, couldn't he, Tom?
Yeah, he was. That's another thing. Watch it. You'll wonder how on earth he didn't KO him. It's unreal heart from Stratham. But watch it when you have an available moment.
Don't watch that. As soon as I get home, it's going straight on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I know he will do it as well, because both him and his wife, Tom, there is dedication there. But thank you very much, both of you gents. Tom, been absolutely a pleasure doing the show with you tonight. First full show tonight. How did you find it?
I liked it. I liked every
soldiers.
second. It was like from 6:55 to sort of 11ish, and it sounds like a long time, but to me, it was just I'm talking about and learning about things. More importantly, that I'm passionate about. I appreciate you having me on. Because this, as you said, the first full-time show, and this is
Top. It's only started. You've got, thanks to Sky. Just think about it, right? We've got BT Sport, we've got Sky, and now we've got Design. There's so much work, so much material for us to work with. And don't forget Channel 4. And I think what's happening now is that I'm an old fogey in terms of co-fogey. Back in the day, fighters were not getting these chances to headline events on TV. There was only like BBC, and then Frank Warren went with ITV. He took away their control. But on a whole, You know, fighters. You know, like fight. Yeah, well, I was going to talk the background anyway, but fighters are they're like I said, they've never had it this good. But it's a case of just getting them out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely, and that means
Well,
there's going to be plenty more watch-alongs.
Hey, Tom,
but yeah,
I love you leaving because my wife's about what I was on the other line, and I don't want you to hear her voice. I'll see you
no
later,
problem,
Tom.
Ken. No problem,
So,
Ken.
see you
Cheers,
later.
mate.
Love you,
It's beautiful. Catch up soon, mate. Yeah, and Ken, he's just come on tonight. Just come on in the car on the way home from the restaurant where he was watching the boxing in the restaurant, completed our dedication. But yeah,
I got a lot
Tom,
of time for that.
Yeah, exactly. We've all been there, been somewhere where we probably don't want to be, but we got the boxing on. But yeah, guys, make sure you like, share, subscribe. Pep Talk UK, road to 20k. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. Just a couple hundred subscribers left, so keep that subscribe button. Hit the notification bell. Got some big interviews coming out this week, and yeah. Tom, once again, thanks again for joining us tonight, and hopefully we'll join. Hopefully, Tom, you'll join again soon, mate.
Yeah, for sure. I look forward to it. And once again, you know, for those who are still watching, I'm much appreciated because you've been doing this for a bit, and I've sort of made contact with Pro, and it's you didn't have to do this. Do you know what I mean? So I appreciate your time and help, and what I've learned from you in terms of how you present and boxing knowledge. So thank you.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And everyone, thanks for watching. Stay tuned. More boxing content coming to you every day on Pep Talk UK, and we'll see you next time.